Triple thus did I hear at one time the Bhagavan was dwelling on mass of vultures mountain in Raja India, together with a great community of and a great community of bodhisattvas. At that time, the Bhagavan was absorbed in the concentration on the categories of phenomena for profound perception. Also, at that time, the Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, Arya, Avalokiteshvara looked upon the very practice of the profound perfection of wisdom and beheld those five aggregates also as empty of inherent nature. Then through the power of Buddha, the Venerable Shariputra said this to the Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, Arya, Avalokiteshvara. How should any son of the lineage train who wishes to practice the activity of the profound perfection of wisdom? He said that, and that Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, Arya, Avalokiteshvara said this to the Venerable Shariputra. Shariputra, any son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage who wishes to practice the activity of the profound perfection of wisdom should look upon it like this correctly and repeatedly, for holding those five aggregates also as empty of inherent nature. For his emptiness is form. Emptiness is not other than form. Form is also not other than emptiness. In the same way, feeling, discrimination, compositional factors, and consciousness are empty. Shariputra, likewise, all phenomena are emptiness without characteristics, unproduced, unceased, stainless, not without saying, not deficient, not fulfilled. Shariputra, therefore, in emptiness there is no form, no feeling, no discrimination, no composition, no factors, no consciousness, no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind, no visual form, no sound, no odor, no taste, no object of touch, and no phenomenon. There is no I element, and so on up to and including no mind element and no mental consciousness element. There is no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, and so on up to and including no aging and death, and no extinction of aging and death. Similarly, there is no suffering, origination, cessation, and path. There is no exalted wisdom, no attainment, and also no non-attainment. Shariputra, therefore, because there is no attainment, Bodhisattvas rely on and dwell in the perfection of wisdom. The mind without obscuration and without fear, having completely passed beyond error, they reach the end point of nirvana. All the Buddhas who dwell in the three times also manifestly completely awakened to unsurpassable, perfect, complete enlightenment in reliance on the perfection of wisdom. Therefore, the mantra of the perfection of wisdom, the mantra of great knowledge, the unsurpassed mantra, the mantra equal to the unequal, the mantra that thoroughly pacifies all suffering, should be known as truth, since it is not false. The mantra of the perfection of wisdom is declared. Tayatagate Prati Paragate Parasangate Bodhisattva. Shariputra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, should train in the profound perfection of wisdom like that. Then the Bhagavan arose from that concentration and commended the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, saying, well said, son of the lineage, it is like that. It is like that. One should practice the profound perfection of wisdom, just as you have indicated. Even the Tathagatas rejoice. The Bhagavan having thus spoken, the Venerable Sharapatiputra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, those surrounding in their entirety, along with the wolves of God's humans, Asuras and Gandharvas, were overjoyed and highly praised as spoken by the
So again, good morning, everyone. Again, we will start like yesterday with watching the breath mindfully. for a few moments. Then we can try to generate the good intention, motivation for being here. For example, how just as we want happiness, we do not want suffering, even for a moment. How each and every sentient beings, also like us, want to be happy and do not wish to suffer, even for a moment. And we all are same, equal. And we all have the right to be happy and not to suffer. And that being the case, if we just think of just ourselves and totally neglect and ignore other beings, it doesn't feel and seems right. Correct. Therefore, I should try to be help benefit not only oneself, but for all sentient beings. And the more enlightened we become, the more kind, more compassionate, more wise we become, the more we are able to be help and benefit to others. And therefore, I need to cultivate and improve my loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta mind, and wisdom relies on emptiness, and all other positive inner qualities. And in order to generate those inner qualities and increase and improve them, I must continue to practice continuously, correctly, continuously. And for that, I need to be inspired, encouraged, and reminded of those practices. As well as have a strong imprint of those practices. For that very reason, that I'm going to listen, engage in discussions, reflection, contemplations. And may all these activities become cause and conditions to achieve fully awakened or fully enlightened state as soon as possible. So not only we can be help and benefit to others, but to be able to bring the greatest, the best help and benefit. And not only for some sentient beings, but to each and every sentient beings. Okay, then refuge in Bodhicitta for teachings. Sangye chedan soge chonam va chanchu padu dami jasu dagi chese sonam rola benje sangye dupa sho sangye chedan soge chonam va chanchu padu dami jasu dagi chese sonam Dola Benje Sangye Choba Sangye Choda Soge Chonam Chanju Padu Dame Jansu Dagi Chese Gide Sonam Dola Benje Sangye Choba Sangye Duje Nizone Tao Duje Kambeje Dambe Shone Pinchepe Dambe Bacha Tsara So yesterday we discussed about how all the disturbing, harmful, attribute emotions arises, from the attachment and the anger, and how attachment and anger arises from that ignorance, and how all delusion can be overcome permanently, completely, by overcoming the root of those delusions, the anger and the attachment, and how we can overcome the attachment and anger and all the delusion that arises from them by overcoming the root of those anger and the attachment, the ignorance. And how we can overcome that ignorance by cultivating, how we can cut that root, the ignorance, the root of all the delusions, by cultivating the wisdom, realizing the emptiness of the self, emptiness of the person and emptiness of the phenomena. And so yesterday we as we went to the Heart Sutra, and then where Avalokiteshvara explained to the Shariputra as he asked the questions, how to engage into the Bodhisattva's path, those whose Mahayana lineage of the compassion has been awakened and who had inclination, interest in that path, how to engage in that path by cultivating the wisdom, realizing emptiness. By understanding, meditating, and by having a realization of the emptiness of selfness of persons, not only emptiness of the person, but also by meditating and by having a realization of the emptiness of the four aggregates, the phenomena. And within the five aggregates, yesterday we started, where Avalokiteshvara explained more and more detailed way of looking at that, starting with the form aggregates. And we always did discuss about how the form, just like the self, how form also do not exist, inherently or from its own side, from its own objective side. So through certain analysis, we discussed yesterday. Even though there is appearance of the physical form of the body to exist from its own side by itself, and not only appearance, even though there's a perceptions to exist that way, but if we analyze that appearance and that perception, totally mistaken, totally distorted, because there is no physical form that exists from its own side by itself, inherently. If it exists from its own side, inherently by itself, then when you analyze the ultimate analysis, then it should be found within the basis, its parts, or outside of that. And when we do that analysis, we cannot find either within or outside. Therefore, it cannot exist from its own side objectively, inherently. And then we try to meditate on that. The non-existence of inherently existing or of the body, of form body, or non-existence of the form body by itself or from its own side. So when you do that, analyze and meditate that, then if it cannot be found either within the objects, that is its path, and outside of the path, then maybe there is a danger of, there's possibility thinking that then the form do not exist at all, and to fall in nihilism. Because you try to analyze with that kind of analysis and try to find either within the parts that make object or outside of that, and where you cannot find it either anywhere, and then we might think then the form do not exist at all. The form do not exist at all. There is that possibility of falling into that nihilism. And therefore, to not to fall in that nihilism and to understand that it says emptiness is form. As today we went to the first statement, form is empty in Heart Sutra. And next one is emptiness is form. So by saying emptiness is form, you know, that the form comes into the existence because of emptiness. You know, if it is not empty, if it is not empty of inherent existence, the form cannot come into existence. The form cannot appear and come into existence. The reasons the physical body is able to come into the existence and appear and function is because of certain cause and condition factors coming together. Do you get it? Due to many cause, condition, factors coming together, then certain form is created, and therefore that form is created or that form is produced, and then that form is produced and appear and it has its functionings. If it is inherently existing from its own side, inherent existence, then there is no possible of coming together of cause, condition, factors, and then something new thing coming. And therefore, you know, because of emptiness, therefore the form comes into existence. The form is able to appear, you know, and functions. And so emptiness is form, you know. So that is. Therefore there is form. Therefore there is form. It's not that there is nothing. Therefore there is a form. So that one explains, you know, how the form exists. When you say form is empty, the first statement, form is empty, it explains how form do not exist. Do you get it? Emptiness is form, then it explains how the form exists. And we can apply that same with the self. Self is empty, emptiness is self, or the persons. And so that explains the conventional reality. The first one, form is empty, it explains the ultimate reality. Of the ultimate reality, form is empty. Emptiness is form that explains the conventional reality. The conventional reality. So within that, then it explains the true reality. Each, as Chandrakirti says, you know, each of objects, each of phenomena has true reality, ultimate and conventional reality, simultaneously. Every object, every phenomena has true reality, ultimate and conventional reality. So coming back to that, form is emptiness. Okay. No, emptiness form. That was second. Emptiness form incumbent. That is where it explains how the form exists. form is empty, it explains how form do not exist. How form do not exist is that it does not exist inherently. It does not exist by its own nature, by its own power, from its own side. Okay. Emptiness form explain how it exists because it is empty of inherent nature, independent, existing from its own side. Therefore, it exists by depending on other factors, other conditions. Do you get it? Yesterday we talked about, as you analyze with the self of form, while we cannot find either within its part or outside the part, but still there's something that functions. Still there's something that functions. Still there's something that gives us different effect. Still there's something that produce different result. And therefore, therefore there must be something. There must be something, because that is a direct experience. And therefore, so what is that? And that is, due to coming together of cause, conditions, other factors, then, there's certain particular functionings of certain objects, and through that objects, then it gives rise to different experience and so forth. And so because it's not inherent in existence, because it's empty of inherent existence, therefore is dependent arises. Therefore, it exists by depending on other cause, condition, other factors. That is how it exists. So dependent arises. And that dependent arising is the conventional reality. Mm-hmm. So that is how the thing exists. After explaining how it does not exist, now it explains how it exists.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Could you give an example or two of the application of what you're teaching?
Yeah, I will come. Thank you. Yeah. As we explained yesterday, whether we take the self, whether we take the example of self, which we did a bit of, how to do that yesterday, how it do not exist, how it do not exist the way it appeared to our mind and the way our mind perceives, by doing certain investigations, both the self and the form, and then how it exists is by dependent arising, whether it's the self, whether here is the form, physical body form. It exists by depending on many causes and conditions. Our body comes into the existence and able to function because of due to the cause of our parents' sperm and eggs. Starting with our parents' sperm and eggs, that is our body started to develop. And with the nutrition and with the health, all other elements and food and many things, then it started to develop. But the body comes into existence, this physical body of the form comes into existence by all these causes and conditions. Okay. And the body is able to exist by depending on all these cause and conditions, its previous cause and conditions. Also, it is able to exist as a body, but depending on all other factors, such as its parts. Without the parts that make the body cannot exist as a body. If you take away each of the limbs, the head away, the legs, all the parts away, the body cannot function and exist as a body. So again, the body to exist as a body and function as a body, it depends on its parts. Independent arisings, cause and condition in the part. Not only that, then it depends on the mind, that perceive and label or impute as body, as we discussed yesterday. When all these parts coming together, the limbs and parts of the limbs coming together, put together certain function, and on the basis of that, the mind that perceives the body impute or label as a body. So the body exists as a body, but depending on the concept, the mind, the thought that impute as a body. That is the same with the persons and any phenomenon. So coming back to, okay. So understanding emptiness from the point of view of dependent arising. Understanding dependent arising from the point of view of emptiness. Through understanding emptiness from point of view of dependent arising, then we, you don't fall into the extreme of nihilism, non-existence. By understanding dependent arising from the point of view of emptiness, then you don't fall into the other extreme, the extreme of existence. And so through that, then we can find a middle way, understanding emptiness from point of view of dependent arising, understand dependent arising from the point of view of emptiness. In terms of understanding the dependent arising, there are many, as I just mentioned, there are different levels of understanding of dependent arisings. Okay. On one level, the understanding of dependent arising in terms of conditioned phenomena. All conditioned phenomena depend on cause and conditions. Okay. All conditioned phenomena, impermanent phenomena, depend on a preceding cause and conditions. It all depends on preceding cause and conditions. That is more easy to understand than dependent arising. We understand directly. Even you plant the seed, you water it, you give fertilizers with the light heat, with the time, then you see it coming, growing, and slowly becoming bigger and bigger, the stem becoming bigger, more leaves, more branches, and then flowers, and then fruits, if it's a fruit trees. We see the cause and condition there. Dependent arising. Even the animals, they might not be able to put the word, they understand dependent arising in these cause and conditions. They try to avoid certain things. Why? Because they understand. If they eat that, they will get sick. They know the cause and the effect of that. You know, they recognize that plant that can make them sick. They try to avoid that. When there's a danger to something because of some in the weather, they realize that and they try to run away from that because they know that that will take their life or that will make them painful. They recognize that, they understand that. That's what they, you know. And some things they know, you know, they recognize if they eat that plant, they can cure when they are feeling sick, something. Sometimes they recognize, identify the plant that can cure them, and they eat that. Because they might not be able to put the word, this is cause effect, but in terms of meaning, they understand this, if I do this, the result is that I will be cured. If I eat that, the result that I will get sick. So that kind of understanding of realization of dependent arising is much more gross, dependent arising. Okay, much more dependent. That understanding of dependent arising based on cause and condition is much more gross level. As I mentioned, all the Buddhist school of thoughts also will agree all conditioned phenomena are dependent on the cause and conditions. They have no disagreement on that. Next level of dependent arising, and that this cause and conditions dependent arising only apply to only condition or impermanent phenomena. It doesn't cover apply to every phenomena. Then depend on its parts for the wholeness, whatever that objects, as the wholeness, whether it's a table, the wood, you know, the self, your body, everything that we see here, you know, all objects, to exist that object, to exist as that object, it depends with parts that make it. Okay, it depends on the parts that make it. If you take away its part, that object cannot exist as that object. The table cannot exist as a table if you take its part, the legs, the what do you call the upper top, and all side, everything's. It cannot exist as a table. It cannot function as a table. It's no more table. In order to exist as a table, function as a table, it depends on all the parts that make it. And that's the same to all phenomena. Every phenomena, you know, every phenomena, permanent, impermanent, every phenomena has parts. They are not partless. Every grows to most subtle matter, energy, consciousness, they all have a part. And therefore, they all are dependent on its parts to make that particular object as that object and to function as that object. So it is now more broader. Do you get it? Because now it pervades all the phenomena. And when coming to this, then within different Buddhist group, there's slightly different view on that. Some of the Buddhist schools, Babasika, Sotandrika, they think they believe there's a partless, there's a partless physical matter and partless consciousness, the most smallest part. The matter, you go to small, you break into small, there. Now it's become so small, you cannot divide into any more two, You cannot divide into two anymore. Go to that so small, and that was what they call partless. And all physical matter are made from that partless. But in Mind-only, all the Mahayana school of thought, Mahayana, whether it's a Mind-only school or middle way school, they all reject partless particle or partless consciousness. Even that it might be so small, you might not be able to divide into two, but still it has part. It has directional part. That is, even it might be so small, but it still has directional, the south side of the part, north side, east side, west side, up and down side. If there is no side, then when two of those things comes, then they will go in the same. It's like in the same hole. They will, no matter how much you fill, it will go in the same way. The reason why they become bigger and bigger is because one side from here touch this side, but doesn't touch the other side. Another matter come here from this side doesn't, and another matter from this side, it doesn't touch this side. And then that is how it becomes bigger and bigger. If there is no side, then it's like putting one on top of one, you put one and on, and then it never gets bigger and bigger. Therefore, it has those parts, directional parts. It can be so small that you cannot divide anymore in terms of physical matter. You cannot but still it has been. Therefore, it is still part. It is not partless. It's still a part. And same with the consciousness in the same way. So therefore, all phenomena, are with the parts. Therefore, they all depend on its part. Okay. Then, not only it depends on parts, even when we understand everything is depending on its part, everything is depending on its parts. That object to exist as that object, it depends on its parts. Still, understanding the first, depending on cause and conditions, depending on its part, does help us to understand emptiness. It does lead us closer to understand emptiness. But just by understanding that dependent arising does not really give you realization of emptiness. You can have realizations of cause and dependent arising in relation cause and effect, but doesn't mean that person will have realization of emptiness. A person can have realizations of dependent arising in relation to how that object exists by depending on its part, but that doesn't mean that person have a realization of emptiness. Are you clear? Yeah. Cause and effect is quite easy, isn't it? If you go plant, we see it, we can understand that not just intellectually, even with it directly, observe and understand directly. Even with this table, we understand depending on its parts directly. you know.
What then is the difference between information as knowledge and the wisdom realizing emptiness? Because I can know something, but I may not have that realization of the other.
Yeah,
Which is
okay.
more profound.
Yes, okay. One, you know, we can have an intellectual understanding. Realization is not just an intellectual understanding, experiential understanding. You know, first you have intellectual understanding, then you have to bring that intellectual understanding into experiential understanding. And the method to do the intellectual understanding into the experiential understanding is the meditations. So the meditation is the tool that can help us to have experiential understanding, to go beyond the intellectual understanding and to have experiential understanding. You know, and so realizations means experiential understanding. You know, it's not just an intellectual understanding. But first, we need to have some intellectual understanding. You know, but just that itself is not enough. You have to go beyond intellectual understanding, and that is experiential understanding. And the way to do is the meditations, the practice, the meditations.
So that means some classes of phenomena will be excluded because they do not have the ability to have an intellectual understanding.
I didn't get that. So what is?
So there's a human being.
Yes.
Who is born perhaps with less intelligence for some reason, because they had not enough oxygen as a baby. And so in terms of IQ, the measurement of IQ, they may not have, they may be able to know simple things, but their capacity for understanding will be limited. So that means such people, animals, I don't know about animals, but at least a certain level of people with some intellectual deficits would therefore be excluded from being able to have realizations in the way that you explain.
I think they might have a little bit more challenging, but if there could be a teacher who might be able to, even very complicated concept, they might be able to explain in a such way even they can understand easily. There could be many other tools. Skillful teachers, skillful means, they might have skillful means way to present that, where even who have certain disability of certain way of reasoning logics and so on, but they might be able to present in such way they can understand it. And also, you know, with the technology, now there are, I think, much more different, many other methods to present where they could have more access to understanding as well.
So one thing I had this morning during meditation is, what is it that realizes? Is it a certain state of mind that becomes available during meditation
especially in that, what you call that state of equipoise. So I guess I'm just, what is it that actually realizes?
Mhm. When you have realizations, true realizations, as you said, then you have access to that understanding, the experiential understanding of here, in these cases of experiential understanding of emptiness. So then you have access to that mind, the mind that understands the emptiness experientially. And you have access to that all the time. It's not just one moment you have access and then it's gone. Do you get this? If you have true realization, then you will have that access all the time. Sometimes someone can have a glimpse of that. That is not realization. It's just a glimpse of that. Someone can have a very profound experience for a short moment, in a one moment. But that itself is just a glimpse of that. It's not the actual realization, because it is, someone has that experience for a short and then it's gone. They don't have access to that anymore.
So is that in a way how realization happens, as a glimpse and then more profound experience and so on? I mean, I imagine it might be different for different people too.
Yes. Some people might have glimpse first that will give them possibilities, see how possibility of that, give them more enthusiasm, and then with the more continued practice, then they will have realization later. Some people might have, realizations without the glimpse, and so again, it could be a different, not necessarily same all the time to every individual. Exactly same way.
Can I ask you just one more thing? It's probably the wrong way of looking at it. You know, when they have these pictures where you see one gestalt or another, like you see a face or you see a vase, there's a picture, and suddenly you see something else in the picture. Is it anything like that?
Anything like that, what?
When you see it, it's like, oh, I didn't see that before, But on another level, kind of thing.
Maybe a different context or perspective, you see it from a different angle. So when you look at something, you receive it that way, and then you look at another angle, and you see something.
Yeah, I mean, that is how you can, when you understand emptiness, you see empty at the same time dependent arisings, functioning of the objects. While you see the dependent arising, the functioning of the object at the same time, you see emptiness. Because you see emptiness, you don't get grasping, clinging to that. Because you see dependent arising, the function of that object, you don't become careless and just kind of say there's nothing there. So that's when you have correct realization of emptiness, you will see both. You will see both in that objects. Empty, at the same time depending, arising and functioning of. While you see dependent arising, the functioning of that at the same time, you see emptiness, and therefore you don't get clinging or grasping to it. Okay, I think, okay, now, where was I?
Sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about dependent arisings. And then I was talking about the first two levels of dependent arising is quite gross, and even we can, understand that. doesn't necessarily mean that you understand the emptiness. The other level of dependent arising, how all phenomena are depending on the mind, the thought, the concept, that they apprehend the object and impute or label or impute that object as that object on the basis of something, then labeling as that object. So that comes to how where the idea of everything is merely impute, merely designated. We touched on that yesterday a little bit, There's a basis for the self to impute it, but still the self is self or I is there only, is only I or is only self because it's imputed by that mind as perceived and apprehended and imputed as the self or I. This, all the parts of this table, is there, everything together there, but this to be table as a table, then mind that perceive that and then impute it as a table, and then that's how table is. So it depends on the mind, the concept, the thought, and to impute whatever object that is, depending on that mind. So when we understand how everything is dependent on that mind, thought, concept, because everything is merely imputed, designated, so it's dependent arising because it's dependent on that thought that impute the object. When you understand that, how is dependent arising from the point of view of merely imputed, depending on the concept, the thought that imputed, then you have understanding of emptiness. That dependent arising. Do you get it? How everything is merely imputed. Understanding dependent arising from the point of view of merely imputed. How everything exists by merely imputed, merely designated, and therefore, is dependent arising because it's dependent on the thought, the concept, the mind that imputes. Because when you understand that how everything is merely imputed, you can understand everything is merely imputed because there's nothing that exists from its own side. But still there is something, and therefore is merely imputed. Like yesterday, we did the extract the self or the aggregates. When you try to analyze, you cannot find within the objects. It cannot be found at the same time there is something that experience. And therefore is on the basis of those aggregates, the self is merely imputed. On the basis of those parts of the body, limbs and the limbs of parts, then the body is merely imputed on that. And so when you understand that merely imputed, you understand. Because when you say merely imputed, what the word merely, imputed means this is negating something, merely imputed. What it negates is negating of existing from its own side or inherent existence, So it exists by merely imputation, merely designations, means that is negating the existence of inherently or exists on its own side. At the same time, kind of establishing it existing. Something exists on merely imputation level, merely designation level. Are we? Yeah? And that is why understanding of dependent arising on those subtle levels is important to understand emptiness correctly. Because sometimes we wonder, because of course sometimes some teachers do present emptiness from a dependent arising cause and effect, because it's so easy for everyone to understand, or dependent arising, independent cause and condition. As I said, everyone can see that, everyone can, no one can argue that, It's so easy to see that, and I said, even the animal center has some understanding of that, but just by that understanding, by dependent arising cause and conditions, it doesn't really lead you to understand the emptiness. It does help a little bit, like as today about impermanent, understanding of impermanent, does help that it is not dependent arising. Independent existence. But in order to really have understanding of realizations, otherwise, why wouldn't Nagarjuna go through all thick book and all through this negating? He kept just everything is dependent arising cause and conditions. So simple, so easy. There's a reason. Because just by understanding dependent arising on that gross level does not lead you to have understanding of the true correct emptiness. Because I often hear students saying, depend if you, thinking from dependent arising cause and conditions, so easy to understand. Why it makes so complications? Why it is so complicating, and why it makes it too complicating? It's true. Dependent arising cause and effect is easy, not so complicating. It's just by that understanding, if it leads to understanding emptiness, then of course just presenting that will be just fine. Why make it complicated? There is a good reason for that, but it doesn't lead. Doesn't lead. Maybe the lead is not the right word. It does help to lead to understand, but that understanding of dependent arising of cause and effect is not understanding of emptiness. Doesn't. Still, there's a long way to go. Still long way to go. And therefore, that is why we need to have more understanding of more subtle level dependent arising, especially the last one, dependent arising, by depending on, the concept, that thought, the mind, that level, that impute, and how that everything is merely imputed. And once you understand on the basis of that, then that dependent arising can then, when you have that understanding, you need to have the understanding of emptiness to have that understanding. How everything is merely imputed, how things do not exist by inherently, because that's merely imputed, have that connotations. So coming back to it, we are at the moment we are explaining about emptiness form. Okay, we are there. Yesterday we spoke about form is empty. Today we begin with emptiness form. Okay, so we are still there. And as I was saying, form is emptiness, explaining how it do not exist, and emptiness form explains how it exists. Basically, both of them explaining the nature of that phenomenon. You know, the reality of that phenomenon. And if you read all the sutra, all the Prasna Paramita sutras, and of course, as I mentioned, all the Nagarjuna's writing and Chandrakirti's, Aryadeva, all the earlier great Indian masters of middle way schools, you know, they present, you know, the reality or ultimate nature of the self and the phenomena more from negation point of view, more from negation point of view, how it does not exist, you know, more than how it exists. You know, even in this house Sutra is, you know, in emptiness, there's no form, no, the list go on, no, how it does not exist. And if you read the other Prasna Paramita Sutras, the list go, you know, there are, you know, 12 volumes of, you know, 100 verses, and then 3 volumes of 20,000 verses, you know, then 1 volume of 8,000 verses, and then there are other many smaller ones. And if you read all of them, most times is the list goes longer and longer in each of them. It's about how things in emptiness, there's no form, feelings here, maybe the list is 5, or a little bit, and in others longer, the list goes longer and longer and longer. So it is all that. So the point I'm trying to make, why is the Buddha and all those his followers later who came touch on, while trying to explain the reality of phenomena, where it can be explained from both sides, how it exists or how it does not exist. Why they emphasize more on how it does not exist than emphasizing on how it exists. You know, why then they don't, as I mentioned yesterday, Nagarjuna and Buddhas, they do explain about how things exist independently. So that's how things exist. The reality of things is that everything is interdependent, interrelated, interconnected, dependent arisings. Or everything is merely imputed, exists by merely imputed, exists by merely level. So it does explain how it exists. But not so much, you know, you don't see those very details on that. But how it does not exist, then there's all the details. You know, and it is because the way our mind functions. Because it's the way our mind functions. You know, we don't, there are 2 extremes, okay, to have a correct understanding or middle way, that emptiness correctly. You know, there are 2 extremes. One is the extreme of non-existence or nihilism, and the other extreme is the extreme of existence or eternal Internalisms. And among that, if we check ourselves, what is the most extreme that we go is we don't have problem with nihilism. Do you get it? In our everyday life. When I see this, I don't see there is no paper or book. When I see this, I have no problem with seeing there is no flower. When I see the iPad, I don't see there is no iPad. When I see you, I don't feel like you are not there. That is not a big problem in our everyday life. Everything that we experience with the objects. The problem is the other one. I see there and then I see there is iPad existing inherently from its own side, by its own self. I see you and I see you existing from your own side, you know, independently or inherently or from your own objectively there. Everything I see, that is how I see. It appears and I perceive. Everything I hear every sound, good or bad. Whether it is a sound made by beings or non-beings, you know, as though there is a sound from its own side. Inherently existing sound from its own side. Everything I smell, you know, there is that, you know, feel like there is a inherently existing, you know, whatever smell, good smell, bad smell, you know, from its own side, objectively. Everything I taste, everything I touch, everything that I think. That is the problem, isn't it? Our every day, that is. And to destroy that kind of misconceptions, then to present a negation point is very important. Do you get it? Because we are perceiving to exist inherently, and so now it doesn't exist inherently. Do you get it? Are we clear? Because it's always perceiving things to exist inherently, existing from its own side, by itself all the time, 24 hours, without any break, every moment. So strong. And to break that kind of misperceptions, you know, that perceived to think to exist inherently when they are not, then it had to present from non-inherent existence, from that negation point of view. And also in meditation, we need to focus on that part more. And also that is when, you know, in all the meditations, you know, most of meditation is starting with the negations, you know, how things do not exist inherently or from its own side. And as you do that progress, as you do that meditations, you know, if it leads, when you do that kind of, you know, by meditating and looking at how things do not exist, the way it appears, the way we perceive to exist, how it does not exist by with different reason and logic, you know, then if it leads to feeling maybe there's nothing there, then you do how things exist. Do you get it? Then you meditate how things exist. So then you don't fall into nihilism. So when you meditate on how things exist, how things exist by depending on cause, condition, depending on its part, depending on the thoughts, the concept, imputing. So that is how things exist. So then when you meditate on that, then it helps you not to fall into nihilism. But normally, we don't have so much problem with falling into nihilism in our everyday life. The problem is that we fall into this stream of existing or internalism all the time. And in order to counter that misperceptions mind, then it had to present opposite of that. And that is how things do not exist the way we perceive to exist. How things do not exist the way it appears to exist. And that is why the negation point, or presenting from the negation point of view, how things do not exist, is giving so much emphasis, so much important, more than how things exist. Are we clear? Yeah. Even though both of them, meditating on or presenting how things exist and how things do not exist, both are presenting the reality of the objects. But the reason why the emphasize or more important giving, more emphasis on giving, how things do not exist, from the negation point of view, how things do not exist, that is the reason why it's given so much emphasis important, because of the way our mind see and apprehend objects in our everyday life experiences. Then, emptiness not other than form, and form is also not other than emptiness. So here, then it is explaining. So as I mentioned, form is empty, means the emptiness of the form. Emptiness is form due to cause, condition, and other factors, the appearance of the form, then function of that form, and that is the conventional reality of the form. And that ultimate reality and conventional reality of that form are same entity. They are not different entity. So that is the next one. Form is not other than emptiness, emptiness is not other than form, is to present or to explain or to show how those two reality, conventional and ultimate reality of the form, are same entity, not separate entity. It's like, I don't know if the example is make exactly the same. It's like two sides of the same coin. Do you get it? It's the same coin, it's not different coin. Even though head and tail is different. Do you get it? Mm-hmm. Two sides, head and tail, yeah? Don't you do that? Yeah?
Yes,
when you please, yeah. tail and head and tail, okay? In terms of concept, is separate. One is tail, one is head, so what call different isolations, but same entity. But it's not different entity, it's the same entity, because it's not different coin, it's the same coin. And so the two reality coexist. They don't contradict each other. The true reality, the conventional reality and ultimate reality of the form or any phenomenon, they do not contradict each other. They coexist. And they go in union together all the time. You know, all the time. The two reality are simultaneously there in that object all the time. It's like there is ultimate reality. There are times when there is ultimate reality in that object, and that there is no conventional reality at that time, or that there is a conventional reality of that object at a certain time, and there is no ultimate reality of that. They are together. The both reality of that same phenomena are always there together, in coexisting all the time. And also that is important to understand, because not understanding that, and again, when you try to have understanding of ultimate reality, then we tend to reject the conventional reality. And when we are understanding the conventional reality, we tend to reject the ultimate reality. And that is the problem. That becomes a big problem. And so, you know, so that's third and fourth statement there, you know, form is not other than emptiness, emptiness not also not emptiness, also not other than form. That is to show, you know, that those two reality are same entity, and that they go in union and coexist together and not contradict each other. So, okay, so I mean, break, yeah.
As we said over lunch, we only went through 3 lines over lunch. I mean, this morning we only did 3 lines, so not much to talk about, is there? No. Oh, Geshe has a way. Not sure what that is. Well, there's always the thing of if the teacher doesn't finish the teaching, then they'll come back. So if we have lots of questions, maybe he won't finish.
Like Lana's of the Rinpoche.
Yeah. Yes, there's still a teaching, and we only got halfway through in Sydney, at least one. Like Land of the Past. Rinpoche said, oh, we're supposed to finish in 5, but I haven't started, so we've got to have a few more. So I thought, I know that, oh, I can't see the person who said they had a question. I'm not sure they're not the only one. But coming back to what Susan, what you were saying about the vase and it either looks like a vase or a face. Yeah, we know that. Whatever they call those things. What did you say?
A gestalt.
A gestalt.
Yeah.
And as in Max Ernst type.
I'm not sure of the
Anyway, Gestalt. I think it's one of those psychology people. Gestalt. But what I was thinking about your Gestalt was that it fits in with that 3rd level of mere imputation. So if I label that vase, to me it's a vase. If you label it faces, then that's what it is. So that sort of fits that 3rd level to realise it's dependent on the mind perceiving it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was also, sorry, did I-
Go.
I was also thinking about that in terms of prejudice, you know, how you're two different groups of people and we impute one group with
Yeah.
certain characteristics
Yes.
and another group without those characteristics.
Yes.
And that's like that's a whole, this is how I was thinking about it. That's just prejudice, it's just.
Yes.
And another way of
Yeah.
sort of thinking about that imputation stuff.
Yeah.
Add or subtract.
Yeah. So we're all making mistakes like that all the time, or huge ones. So I just wanted to give one more example. Maybe some people can give what helps, what sort of examples help you with the understanding of perhaps this most subtle level of dependent arising, which is that's where we left off. But so one more example. We were at in Sydney, went to a Nepali restaurant, took Geshe Samton there, and he ordered roti. And they bought some bread, flat bread. But Geshe said, it's not roti. So it is roti. No, it's not. So it was going back and forth like this. And then the person serving the table said, so we call it roti. And he went, very good at.
Yeah.
So to have that spontaneity, to drop your concept of roti and think, well, I'm not going to get the roti I ordered, but very good answer. It's wonderful. Yeah. So
Can I just, that's partly what you're saying just now. Isn't the fact that some people, intelligent or otherwise, they've got defects?
oh, watch
now,
out, they're
hang on,
intelligent.
isn't that part of the precious human rebirth? What they've been born with, what they have in the way of karma and everything this lifetime. Isn't that part of it? The fact that some people can and some people can't?
Well, we could say it is. So we would have that, whatever karma is ripening, it might ripen too as environmental karma, in the sense that, like Geshe said, there may be a teacher, somebody who wasn't, who was faced mental challenges and couldn't maybe understand the concepts, that could find a way to present that so that they would understand. Right? They may not use language, you know, they may use, you know, depends on. So it could be you're living in a place where you have access to good mental health, where you don't. I mean, there's so many conditions that arise as well. But there's a certain element of that is because, you know, karma itself is not fixed, is it, as we know? But you'll have your throwing karma that will give you, but then all sorts of conditions can arise throughout your life that can enhance your experience or make it worse.
There's that story in the Buddhist time, the really stupid monk.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I know what you're going to say. Keep going.
You know, you teach them
Talk about,
A
yeah.
and you teach them B, he's forgotten A.
Yeah.
And just put him to sweep, and I'd say, when you sweep this thing, sweep out the dirt.
Sweep out the stains, yeah.
Whatever stains. And, you know, realised emptiness.
Realised emptiness and became a great teacher to the nuns, you know. They said, well, thanks for
And he was really
lobbing
thinking,
him onto us. And then he was this amazing teacher. So.
That's a good thing too, because every time when you're cleaning the house, you can think that.
I know, it's a very good one. It's just like, come on, the realisation's got to come soon. Okay. Questions or other examples that are helpful to you or whatever you want to discuss? So we just, I mean, so this morning we just had the 3 lines, so that, well, if we had the one we had yesterday, form is emptiness. And then emptiness is form. So Geshe said because of if there was no emptiness, there'd be no form. Do we get that? Do we get it? Why?
Form arises out of emptiness.
Yeah, so the flip side is, guess what you missed this one. The flip side of the coin, you know, dependent arising and emptiness. So the two sides of the coin is the same entity, but that comes along the next two. That posit that is the same entry, they're not separate. So we could say conventional existence and ultimate existence are simultaneous in the same object. So in that way, we're getting the teaching on the two truths, and it's not like, oh, because we say, you know, when we meditate on the ultimate, then the convention doesn't arise to that meditative equipoise, and that's true, but it doesn't mean it's gone out of existence. It's just, it's not the subject that you're, object that you're focusing on. Yes, Susie.
I had a thought about what Geshe was saying about, it's easy to understand this bit, which is, what was it?
Oh, the causes and conditions is easy, yeah.
But there's like volumes on why, or the other bit, anyway.
The presentation on how that it's presented from the point of negation,
Yes.
not this, not that. And Geshe said that's what there's volumes on. And why?
Well, I was thinking like, number one, is the negation some way of applying evidence, more and more evidence as to why this should be so, because we're so imbued with the opposite. So there was that, and then also the thought that, I said this to people actually, she laughed at me. Like when the world was flat, remember back then?
It's flat again, didn't you know? There's this flat universe theory.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, I just thought how, you know, when they've made all these discoveries in the past, people have just got horrified and thrown up their hands and said, no, it can't be like that. And then slowly over time, you get all this evidence, or stuff can be presented in a scientific way that enables understanding of why this is so. So I suppose I'm saying, in some way we need this much disillusioning from the illusion of this self. I suppose I'm just saying, I got this sort of sense how big it might be and how much
because it's
reconditioning, if you like, or deconditioning we might need from that.
a lot, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because you're right. It pervades everything, as Geshe said. Even we're hearing these teachings, even we meditate on that, and we've got at least an intellectual understanding at some level. But still, as Geshe said, I still see, you know, the table as a table, the cup as a cup. I don't see the impermanence or the particles, let alone see that I'm just imputing that to be, and so that I'm doing that all the time. You know, that is the hardest thing to get, because we're doing it all the time. And so then it's sort of like, by way of negation, it's saying, well, what it isn't. Like, and this is the hardest point to get. They say in the meditations, you first identify the object of negation. So that's the self. And that's the hardest one to get. Once you've got that, the others follow. But to actually identify what am I negating? So we're not negating that we exist. We're not negating that things exist. Things exist and depend on causes and conditions on their parts. What we're negating is how the mind perceives it to exist. And so to really identify the object of negation is very difficult. And then if we get it wrong, as Geshe said, then we go all nihilism. Well, if I don't exist, karma doesn't exist, nothing exists, I can do whatever I want, it doesn't matter. You know, people say that because they don't understand. Right, so it's absolute hardest. So yeah, we're having to strip away the layers and layers of imputation that we put on things. So for example, if I see you at a distance, I've got very bad eyesight, but I'll recognise that it's a human form, and I might recognise that it's a female form. I have to be very careful of these days. I have no idea who's what. I was thinking the Heart Sutra has to change. It has to also go non-binary, son or daughter or other. I have to change the language.
Just
Child of the lineage. Yeah, we'll go back to child of the lineage.
I like the child.
I like the child of the lineage too.
How is that done?
Now I've distracted myself into tangents. But I'll see, yeah. And then you come closer. And so then I'm like, oh, that's Susan. And then I've already put upon you a whole story that I think is you out there. And this is the thing we have to get. I think that's you out there. But it's actually my perception. Right? I've created that Susan. Because if I check with someone else, they'll have a different Susan. And you'll certainly have a different Susan. So we're doing this all the time, and that's how we get into trouble. That's how we have wars. That's how we have conflict, isn't it?
That's a bit like the other imputation. You're putting another imputation on. If say it
Yes.
wasn't Susan, you're putting another name. You're the name you expect it to be, or the person you expect it to be. Instead of saying, oh, that's Margaret.
Yeah.
It might be Margaret, but you think it's Susan. So you say that's Susan. So it's like putting another imputation on it.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. That doesn't hold up. So that wouldn't hold up then to everyone else would contradict me and say, no, that's Susan. Or it's Margaret. Whichever way we're looking at it. Yeah. Other thoughts that have arisen? Nimoy.
Constant assessment of what is really imputed. You can't have to choose a type of lifestyle that gives you a chance to
Go off and do long retreat? Or is that just me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's kind of, you have to kind of, make some choices in your working life or your career, what type of working career, because I can't imagine someone who's got a high power job, lots of responsibilities.
Yeah.
Having some time to consider these concepts.
It would be very difficult. Yeah, I mean, it's quite valid, isn't it, that if you want to have realizations, you're going to have to make, if you want to, as Lam Zopa Rinpoche said, we Westerners need to have realizations because, you know, it's where Buddhism's established. If it's not for us, I say the collective us, then the Dharma will disappear in the world, and that sounds pretty heavy, right? But it is a matter of choice then, isn't it? And some people do that. They choose to have a flexibility in their work to get enough money to spend. It's not the ideal. You want to have that every day of the year. But, you know. Aren't we going to a 4-day week? Getting paid for 5 days anyway. There's a debate going on about that. I thought, great, get an extra day. Meditation day you didn't have before.
But it's the same people, I mean, like me. You put things off, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to retire in say 5 years' time. You think I can do it then. But then you get to the stage of retirement, you think you've got nothing to do, but believe me, you've got plenty to do. But you also, your brain isn't as active as it was, and your body can't sit for hours on end like it used to when you were younger. So that's the other side of it. You know, I can do it later, but you can't.
Well, yeah, that's the classic
It's hard.
thing. That's the classic, you know, 1/3 of your life you're sort of growing up, the next third you're busy with everything, the next third it's too late, I'm too old, I'm too.
Richard said that the Dharma students had the drive of Olympic athletes.
Yes, that's
They
right.
get enlightened in no time.
Yeah.
They give up their life, they give up their study, give up their job.
Well, that is their
live
life.
in poverty.
Yeah,
Go through incredible pain in training,
they do.
incredible mental.
And they don't give up.
They don't give up, and they keep going. And if Dharma students did that, you know,
So we have the Dharma Olympics, right? Sounds a contradiction in terms.
That's a good one.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Yes.
I have a question, but it has a bit of a story. But
Okay,
it's related. So, I was on a retreat once with a friend who has great determination, and we've been on lots of retreats, taking time out when we were young. And he was contemplating like the emptiness of others.
Mhm.
And he got a glimpse of it, and he stopped because he was, after the retreat, he was going on a holiday with his fiance, and got a glimpse that realizing the emptiness of his fiance would change.
So that could be called nihilism.
Yes. So my question is that, and I can empathize with him now because in contemplating something else, I realize that there is some aspect of that in my mind, some fear or hesitation that in realizing emptiness of this, it may separate me further from those that I love or care about or are familiar with.
I think it would actually do the opposite.
So my experience is that it does the opposite actually. Yet there is this.
Yeah, we have fear
yes.
of, this, the grasping at. It's like, what do you mean there's no self? Not no self, but no self as I believe it to be. So then I have to unpack all my belief systems, all my views and so forth. It's what you were saying before, Susan. It's like you stripped away of almost like your foundations or what you think are your foundations, and that can be feel really freaky, even though, like with your friend, because what would the emptiness of his fiance really be? Just like the rest of us, dependent arising, subject to change moment by moment. So nothing's going to stay fixed. Now, maybe that was enough to freak him out. Maybe we want to stay exactly like that. But
what, so this point would be a reciprocal relationship would be different, as in he may be related to her in a way differently than she would relate to him.
But it's happening anyway, right?
That's very logical.
Yeah, I know.
So
yes, and emotions aren't illogical. Fear's not logical. Yeah.
My question, and so in the context of this, I'm going to make very broad generalizations, but that was a treat in which the risk of nihilism was not put on the table, and actually was all wisdom, no compassion. Let's say that. And so, I guess I don't want to ever be involved in anything where someone such as him, the conditions are created such that they have that experience. I prefer that
He created those conditions for himself, right?
Yeah, so I guess I'm asking,
it's
how would that be?
I mean, it happens anyway. It'll happen anyway. We can't control the world because that's wanting to make things fixed. Saying I don't ever want to be part of anything. I'm just trying to see if that pervades. It's sort of like making it an absolute rather than saying, well, whatever happens, what happens. It's completely opposite. But whatever happens, happens. Has causes and conditions, but it also has the mere imputation. So he had labelled that end of relationship or whatever. In which case, if it was that tenuous, I mean, logically, we would say it was that tenuous. Are they still together?
Oh, yeah, they got married.
Let's hope that
That wasn't answering the question. Are they still together?
That's true. Yes, they're married, are they still together? Well, yeah. But it just demonstrates that we don't want the ground rules to change. We don't want change, and that's or at least we may want change, but we're not very good at coping with change of any change, are we? Maybe some. maybe at some gross level, some change reality. So just a minute. Is it continuation?
It's clarification.
Okay, go.
So perhaps in this teaching today, I'm seeing the benefit of the experience that the emptiness is form is empty is very closely followed by emptiness is form. That this middle way is beneficial because the risk of nihilism isn't just real, it can be perceived, and people may hesitate on the path because they view that it is sort of an end or cessation rather than one.
And that's
one, rather than having just like sort of one winged teaching and context. So I'm seeing the benefit of having both wings taught and instructed at the same time on close proximity, which was not the case in that situation.
In that situation, yeah, absolutely. You need both. Otherwise, as Geshe said this morning, when you're meditating and there's any sort of feeling of nihilism arises, then you start the meditation on how the self exists dependent on the parts and so forth. So you flip over so that you don't get into the sinkhole of nihilism.
Perhaps just to round out, I'm very close to a couple of people who are Olympic athletes, or who were, and I would say that aspiring to have their determination, some of them, by nature of that situation, are extraordinarily selfish. That is the nature of it. It would be like pursuing wisdom without compassion. So I would recommend if I was to use that example, I would temper that with understanding which the motivation of that Olympic athlete. If it is to achieve gold as an example and for the benefit of all, then that's perhaps a good example. But
I think that's the only
Was
one.
yes, but I wouldn't want to idealise Olympic athletes as a model when in some cases they're extremely selfish.
Yeah, I think Rinpoche was using that example specifically in the amount of effort that they put in, the amount of effort, and not their motivation.
Yep.
I was just going to comment that in my experience, sometimes you feel like you're making progress. And if you do actually make progress, your ego can sabotage you and really trip you up because it doesn't want the change. It wants to keep you how you are.
There's a few people relating to that.
Just wanted to throw that.
But it's indicating that this ego, this self-grasping, is so pervasive
And
that when we start to not even probably nibble at the edges, just start to get anywhere near, it's like we have the reaction back. Then that's another way why it makes it more difficult for us.
Just something to be aware of, that we still need to persevere.
Okay, who has examples of what's really worked as a maybe analogy or experience that
What with delusions or?
with understanding emptiness of inherent existence, or maybe with understanding how, no, let's say with how the mind merely imputes on things.
Mirror, looking in the mirror,
You're looking in the mirror and
that you sort of think you see yourself, but it's not actually yourself. It's just like a reflection of, the materials, the causes and conditions that makes you appear, but that's not.
so you take that to be a real you. Or if you're a bird, you attack the other bird in the mirror. But we're a bit more advanced than that. So that's a good example. Yeah, Beth.
I think we often held back by the fact that we receive things as being fixed and permanent. And I remember reading something once that said something similar, that
because of emptiness, with the understanding of emptiness, anything is possible.
Yes, yes. So what do you understand from that?
That
Or why is
being
it
able
so?
to achieve that understanding of emptiness, of the inherent existence.
But what is the understanding of that? What is the understanding of that phrase? Your
My
understanding.
understanding. I'm not quite
Or
sure.
anybody
You're
else's
asking- what you're asking
understanding.
me. I'm not sure.
The phrase, because of emptiness,
Yeah.
anything is possible.
On that-
Why?
Because if we didn't have change, if things were fixed permanently,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have change.
Yeah.
We couldn't, because it is fixed and permanent. So it's the fact that things are seen as inherently empty of any existence, then you know that
Not empty of any existence.
I'm not empty of inherent existence.
It's okay.
Terminology doesn't always come easily. Yeah, I just, it just opens things up for me.
Well, that's the idea, that it does, it opens up the possibilities.
Yeah.
Like Andrew's friend who didn't want a possibility of a more fuller, flourishing relationship. He wanted everyone to stay just as it was.
As it was, yeah.
But it seems to be working for us. Maybe that doesn't.
Learn something from
Yeah.
it.
Andrew, you had we're going to say something else. Yes.
You asked questions about experience and something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so being super genuinely curious and interested and committed to understanding directly what something is for itself. So the orange or the chair or another, but not for me. So that is something I found very beneficial in contemplation of.
What, from the side of the orange, or from the side of, is this what you're saying?
Yeah, for itself. Because
How'd you go with that?
it was effective. So that the distinction is between thinking that the contemplation of the nature of an object, that somehow that will benefit me, or I will gain enlightenment, or I will gain freedom, or putting that sort of aside for a while and just becoming super interested in like, oh, what's actually true for
I see.
for itself.
What's actually true for itself, yeah.
Not for me or to benefit.
Yeah. So it's
Or
trying to
being-
get away from whatever we're imputing upon that. I mean, we may still be, but just to see what is actually there.
Yes.
What is that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really true.
It's tough. But it's good to think like that, isn't it? Yeah. That's what you say. Pauline.
I've been reflecting on the fact that whilst we understand that things are empty and there is potential, there's not inherently existing in itself, we still, or I find it hard to, on an intellectual level, I understand it. I'll give an example: aging, okay, or lots of people in the center that have been sick.
Yeah.
Some have, couple have passed on. And while we know that we are on the same road, and we've got aches and pains and getting deaf, losing our memory, still there is that resistance to saying, but I want to have 30 out of 30 score when I do my memory test. I got 28 out of 30. Something is really bad, so I'm getting another test and I'm determined I'm going to 30 out of 30. So how do you stop that?
I don't know, go for it. I think go for it, get 30 out of 30. I mean, is there anything wrong with that? But it's the grasping at it, isn't it? I must get, because what happens if you don't get 30 out of 30? Do you have to admit that you're aging?
Or then I'll be in the throes of depression. Yes, I mean, I know in the throes of depression.
So it's like we're setting ourselves up with all sorts of expectations and labels before they're even, let's say, medically applied. So then I think, and so then you'd think, well, okay, if I'm in the throes of depression, what's wrong with that? And we need to interrogate what our belief systems are about that we create a story about that. Sort of coming back to what Andrew was saying about just what is there and not catastrophizing on top of what's there, what we don't want to be there anyway.
But there's a dichotomy
Yeah.
in the intellectual aspect
Yeah.
of it and the emotional.
Yeah.
So the intellectual says, yeah, that's what's
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
But on the emotional level, it's but not to me.
Exactly. But the fact that you're even noticing that, if you can sit with that dissonance and realize that, okay, everything's not just fixed here. You know, there's different perspectives, there's different ways of looking at this. Someone else might say, great, that explains why I can't remember the name of that, you know, long green thing, or that red thing or whatever.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, it does.
So what assurance have we got that it is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel? Because sometimes I get angry with myself for knowing it and yet not knowing it.
Ease up on yourself, just be gentle. Just say, wow, I know it.
Easy to say.
Because I know it is, believe me. It's because we all set expectations of ourselves. Somebody was talking earlier over lunch about perfection. I'm sure they're not the only person who may have had those discussions from time to time. But, you know, we set ourselves up that we've already got an image of what that is and what that should be, or what I should be, right? And that one doesn't exist.
It is an attachment, isn't it, to that perfect self.
Observe
the body that does not perish.
Even before that, of just saying, okay, well, let me take a step back and look how I give myself a hard time already before the test, simply by imputing all these things onto my poor body, mind, because of the memory thing as well. You know, I'm creating a war with myself that we're creating. And it's when we can start to just accept those things, and we can say, okay, we're not saying, okay, I call a truce, but we're accepting that, oh, isn't this interesting? So it's having that openness, that curiosity. Isn't that interesting? I never realized I did this.
I've got a counter to that, okay? I've read that the brain is plastic. So there I go, trying to increase the plasticity in my brain by doing this, that, and the other. So where does accepting and putting effort to redress the situation, you know, it's that balance of finding.
You do the things. You do the things because if you accept that everything's not just fixed, and you're going to only get 28 out of 30. Sort of sounds okay to me, but I'm not doing the memory tests. At least I can't remember doing them. So you still do the things. So it would be nihilistic again to say, oh, well, what's the point of doing the things? So we've got to still keep doing and realize, oh, well, because of emptiness, there's plasticity, you know. Thankfully, we're in an age where we believe in neuroplasticity as opposed to the brain is a machine. That wasn't that long ago, you know, when everything was fixed and just the belief, you know. So we wouldn't even have that concept. So, of course, do everything you can. It's not a fait accompli. It's not like the result's already in, is it?
It's the wisdom to know where to keep that balance.
Well, I think we all, that's
the biggest problem.
yeah. Yeah, and probably it's hard because here we are getting these teachings. It involves a whole lot of analytical thinking. And sometimes it's just like, just let go of all of that. Just let go and just do your brain gym things, whatever you're doing. Tonglen, yeah. Tonglen. Give yourself a break. Yes.
We have some questions online.
Just have one online. Thomas, do you want to unmute yourself and ask a question?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. So 3 things I would like to say in response to some of the discussions here. The first one, and I apologize if I'm bringing Buddhist materials that I read elsewhere. The first one is the fear that realizing emptiness would take us towards the direction of nihilism and making, feeling that life is meaningless. That reminded me of the Sutra of Complete Enlightenment, very popular in the Chinese tradition of Mahayana. And in there, the Buddha set out skillful means that the first one is using samatha to meditate and in realizing emptiness and the Buddha nature. The second skillful mean is, I think, what's most helpful here. And it involves meditating on the vows of Buddhas and Bodhisattva. And you could pick the ones that most apply to you, or the one that where you have an affinity, or one that is most useful for your particular situation. So the idea is that you meditate on the vows and you take on the vows yourself as if they are your own vows. But then when you act upon those vows in your daily life, what you would try to do is to know that these things that you're doing are empty, are illusory. And that way, you are actually embracing emptiness, but at the same time, you're functioning with your body, speech, and mind in a way that's aligned with your bodhicitta. So that's the first point.
Yeah. So regardless of discussions about the vows or not, that is a practice we'd aspire to do all the time anyway, right? It's exactly that, what you're saying, is that at the same time as we engage in whatever functions we're engaging in, and that we're doing that with a bodhicitta motivation, when we remember, and we remind ourselves that there are times, but also reminding ourselves that all of that, myself, like the actor, the object to which I'm relating, and the action itself are all empty of inherent existence. If we can, in all our activities, do like that, then yeah, it's amazing practice, isn't it? But to remind ourselves to do that throughout the day is a good thing. I used to travel around in Victoria with this visiting chaplain to the prisons, and she would be hours long in the car, and just as she was going along, she'd be just like really labelled empty of inherent existence as she was driving along with everything she saw, but that wasn't wasting the drive anyway. So she had many hours of that practice. Yeah. It's hard to do when you're actually engaging, relating to people at the same time, thinking that it's all empty. But if you can do that, you're an advanced practitioner. So that's good.
All right, thank you very much. On to the second point. So there was a comment on being genuinely curious and interested, in, observing and realizing the true nature of reality. To that, I'd like to share again from the Chinese tradition, the Zen school, or in Chinese Chan. So one of the skillful means that are practiced by some of the people in that school is to not just be curious, but to actually go so far to be skeptical. And it requires a lot of practice. So because the mind has to grasp onto something, so for their meditation and also in the daily life, what they try to do is to be skeptical towards everything they see, they hear, everything they do. So constantly questioning whether this is real, whether this is as it is from its own side, and then through continuous practice of daily living and during meditation of applying this skepticism, eventually they can, according to their practice, to realize that emptiness. So I feel that there's a fair bit of connection with curious and
I think maybe I probably wouldn't use the word skepticism so much as analysis or interrogation, and saying, is this appears to be real from its own side? Is it? And questioning, using the points of analysis to question that. Just a different terminology, but I think this process is the same from what you're saying. Right? Yeah.
I think interrogation is a very good word because I'm translating this from Chinese. So
I
actually struggle. And I think what they want to go a step further is to internalize this interrogative attitude. So that it's your habit in your nature to do it, whatever you do, whatever you see in daily life.
That's having an open mind, isn't it? Because you're not saying we're interrogating our own belief systems in that, or what we might take as fixed already in our minds. It's a big topic.
And of course, the Zen school sometimes takes it to more extreme, as in, in the meditating hall, your teacher, monk, will come and ask you a question, and then when you answer it, they whack you on the head with a stick, because it's wrong, because, you haven't realized emptiness yet, so you will give an answer that is just conventional truth, and, they whack you in the head. Whether you answer yes or no, they still whack you in the head. And but
if you want to come over to the Tibetan side, we just use debate. Thanks. We're sort of.
And the third. Sorry.
If you can quickly.
Third point, very quickly, has to do with the brain, since it's mentioned. Professor Donald Hoffman, he's a professor in cognitive science in US University, and he's used scientific theories to construct this theory that what we perceive and what the brain recreates is nothing like true reality. And he actually used...
Sounds great.
He said that the brain perceives what it wants to perceive just to survive and pass on genes to the next generation. And he went so far as to not just matter and energy, but also time and space themselves are recreations of our brain to make sense of the world. So not even those things are as they appear to us. So that's Donald Hoffman.
Okay, thanks for that. Of course, then we can start a whole debate about brain versus mind and who's perceiving. But still, the fact that he's positing such a observation research is great. I don't know how much support he has from his fellow scientists, but this is like the Mind and Life Institute dialogues His Holiness has been having with all the brain scientists and mind scientists, since '85, and actually at a conference a couple of years ago, Professor Ian Hickey asked His Holiness, so out of all these dialogues, what have you learned from the scientists? And he said, nothing. But they've learned a lot from me. So that's probably his motivation, because it is it's that sense of being open and being open to change in the way we perceive things, isn't it? Because science itself is another construct. We believe it because it's scientific fact. It's quite interesting. Anyway, we have run over time. Were there other questions there online?
No, that was all.
Okay, great. All right, everybody. Guess we'll be coming shortly. And guess we will be giving a short consecration of the Tara wall over here. And so I think we need, from that beam, if people could create an aisle, you can go back and sit there afterwards, but when Geshe comes in, so that he can walk along there, and there'll be some throwing of rice and flower petals and chanting. So the first thing's happening at the end of this session.
So welcome again. Good afternoon. So this morning we kind of discussed about whole profoundity of the emptiness. That's the form is empty, so ultimate reality of the form. Emptiness form, a conventional reality of the form. Form is not other than emptiness. Empty is also not other than form. Then it showed how the true reality of the form are same entity, but different isolations, and how they, being same entity, how they coexist without contradictions. So yeah, and the same way. So then the you apply the same to all everything. In the same way, feeling, discrimination, combustion factor, consciousness are empty. So, if you want to do more deeper, then you can say, feeling is empty, emptiness feeling, emptiness feeling is not other than emptiness, emptiness is also not other than feeling, and same with discriminations. Discrimination is empty, emptiness is discriminations, and emptiness. Discrimination not other than emptiness, and emptiness also not other than discrimination. And so you same. Once you know how to do the analyze with one particular objects, then it's the same. You apply the same reasoning, same logic, same investigations. You can apply to all other aggregates and all other phenomena. And through that meditations and practice, then by understanding the ultimate reality of the five aggregates, then we don't get attached to those the object, the aggregates, while at the same time understanding the conventional objects, the aggregates. We understand the appearance and the function of those individual aggregates, and so therefore we don't reject them and be careless about it. Okay. So up to here, then it is explanation in terms of the path of accumulation and path of preparations. The first two paths, and in the path of accumulation and path of preparations, of course, you have the bodhisattvas are generated bodhicitta, so that's why they are bodhisattva, and that is how they are into the path. And also, they have actualized the wisdom, realizing emptiness. Is a realizations, as I mentioned this morning, is not a conceptual understanding, but an experiential understanding. But still, with a concept, is an experiential understanding. So, and realizations, but still, it is with a concept, using reasoning, logic. So when you use reasoning, logic, still is a concept, using inference. So and especially in the first two part, the two paths, the wisdom, cultivating the wisdom through hearing and reflecting, and yeah. And so, of course, okay. And within the first part of accumulations, where you accumulate a lot of merit, in terms of the part of accumulations, then there are 3 stages, and then part of preparation to have direct realizations, then within that, there are 4 stages of that. And as we progress on one path to another path, from and within each path from one stage to the next stages. As you continue to meditate here in emptiness, the conceptions and the strong conceptions and many conceptions and reasoning logic are required less and less when you are as you get used to meditate on that, the whole meditation you do analysis, come to certain conclusions, certain understanding, certain certainty. Here the certainty is that there is no inherent existing self or the aggregates. It's totally empty of inherently existing or truly existing self or aggregate. And then once you reach that certainty, that empty, then you just try to experience that empty. Try to remain in that empty state, spacious and boundless, empty. You try to experience without much analysis. You just try to keep your mind, totally resting in that empty state, experiencing and resting in that. And then, slowly, as you hold on that, and you remain in that as long as you can, as long as that's strong. And then, you can meditate on, if it does not exist inherently or truly or from its own side, then how does it exist? Then you can meditate on, or it exists by depending on cause, conditions, parts, depending on the mind, the thought that impute, and so you can do that meditations. And again, you can go from the very beginning through the analysis. I can come to that conclusion or that certainty, and then I can try to keep your mind in that state. And again, you can repeat that. You can repeat that many times in your one sessions. And you can do that again and again. So that, and as you do more and more, and when you get familiarity with that, then the moment you started to analyze, you don't have to go in so details to come to that certainty after some time. Your mind come into that certainty that, absolutely there's no truly or inherently existing self or aggregate. Coming to that conclusion, that certainty, you don't have to go through all this reasoning so details, At the very beginning, we have to go detail because we don't really feel, we are not 100% certainty there, 100% convinced sometimes. And so that is how, it requires less and less that kind of concept interference in that. And, your mind becomes less and less dualistic when you are in that meditations. When you are meditating on emptiness, your mind becomes less and less dualistic. And then when you reach the path of seeing, the seeing here means that you see the emptiness directly. Now it is not with the concept and inferential, but now you experience it directly. Just like we experience the flower with our eye consciousness directly, without any image in between. So then you are able to see. Of course, that is mental consciousness, not the eye consciousness, but just giving that example. Then you are able to see or realize the emptiness directly. And when you realize emptiness directly, you know, and when you are in that deep meditation, equipoise, then there is no dualistic in that meditation state. When we talk about dualistic view, you know, there are quite a few different dualistic appearance. One appearance of dualistic is the appearance of inherently existing object, okay? The object appearing inherently. That is, when you have that appearance, it is dualistic appearance. Even you don't have appearance of object inherently existence, but as long as there is appearance of subject and object, the subject, that mind is the subject which is meditating on the object of emptiness. Still there is subject and object, appearance, subject and objects. Even that dualistic. The appearance of subject and objects. And not only the subject of object, even when you have the appearance of conventional objects or phenomena in your meditation, even that is dualistic. So in that meditative equipoise, you know, in that meditative state of the mind, all these three dualistic appearance disappears. There's no appearance of the object appearing inherently existing, neither there is appearance subject and objects. At the moment when you try to meditate, there's always subject and object, and you feel like there's me or my mind which is meditating, you know. But that subject and objects, appearance of that also dissolve. And whether you are meditating on the substance of persons or substance of aggregate, even there's no appearance of that self, conventionally existing self, or the aggregate themselves. You know, the only appearance that is in that mind is only the emptiness. The only thing that appears to that mind in that meditative equipoise is just emptiness, and therefore it's free of all dualistic. There's no dualistic appearance at all in that mind, in that meditative equipoise. Okay. But when you come out of that meditative equipoise, you can't remain in that meditative equipoise all your life. You know, as part of your practice, you try to combine the practice of wisdom and compassion, the method. You know, that is part of wisdom meditations, and part of compassion meditations. Then, you know, you engage in practice with generosity, moral discipline, patience, and others, and trying to be engaging in the world, helping, benefiting in whatever way you can, you know. So those two go together. And when you come out of that meditative equipoise, then there is dualistic view. When you are in that meditative equipoise, there is no dualistic. But when you come out of that meditative state, then there is the dualistic view. You know. But even though there is a dualistic view, but the way it appears is different. Okay, there is appearance of the conventional object. You know, when you see other person, there is appearance of that person's actions, whatever that happened, whatever. There is appearance of subject, object, all of that. You know, there is appearance of dualistic view, but, and even inherently existent, you know. But everything, even though it appeared, or this different object appear, those different dualistic objects appear to the mind, but it appears less solid, less concrete, less real. it appears more like a dream state. You know, it appears more like a dream state, more like a, you know, kind of magical illusions. You know, less concrete, less solid. And because of that appearance, even though there is appearance of objects, subjects, dualistic view, but still that object appear instead of so solid and so real, like it appeared to us at the moment, it appeared less solid, less real, more like dream state illusions. And because of that, then, you know, you have less stronger grasping. You know, you have lost stronger grasping to it. At the moment for us, because we haven't reached that point, object does even when you are trying to meditate, the dualistic, you will still, as much as we want to stop the appearance of subject and object, we cannot stop, you know, because we haven't reached that point. Still, there is like, you feel like there is the me or self or my mind who is meditating on. So that is just fine, you know, recognizing where we are at the moment, you know. And when we come out of that meditations, you know, the appearance of objects like a dream doesn't come naturally to us. It doesn't appear like a dream. It really appears like a real, solid, and so real. But then here we have to remind ourselves, you know, even though it appeared to me or my mind as so solid, so real, so concrete, but I know, and so truly existing, but I know it is not like that. And so we have to remind ourselves. And remind ourselves they are like a dream, they are like illusions. You know, they are like the image of, you know, your face in a mirror, you know. So that's at the moment it doesn't come naturally, so we have to practice reminding ourselves and trying to look that way. On practical level, that's, but when you reach certain point, as after the path of seeing, and after when you are in that meditative equipoise, then you can, you know. And I don't think you have to really even reach a part of seeing, even when you have realizations, even earlier, you know, in the path of preparation and accumulation, you know, even in those times when you are in deep meditation, of course, you already have realizations, even if it's not direct with the concept. And when you have that, and when you are in that deep meditations, and you know, when you come out of that deep meditation, sometime again, object can appear like an illusory, like a dream, you know. Also, it can appear also sometime at that time too. Okay. So next one, you know, is, so I'm explaining the path of seeing because next one is explaining in the path of seeing. Okay, so that is where. So Sherab Buddha, like of all phenomena, emptiness without characteristic, unproduced, unseen, stainless, not without stain, not deficient, not fulfilled. So that up to here, it explained the path of seeing. The practice of wisdom relies on the emptiness in the path of seeing. So not only the self and aggregate of all phenomena, external, internal, you know, subject, objects, samsara, nirvana, all phenomena, they all are empty of inherent existence. truly existent. Even the emptiness itself is empty of truly existence. Not only the self is empty of truly existence, the aggregates are empty of truly existence or inherent existence. Your delusion are empty of inherent existence. Your mind is empty of inherent existence. The path, the practice and the path to overcome those delusions is also empty of inherent existence. The result of the path, nirvana, fully enlightenment, is also empty of inherent existence. The very solution itself is empty of inherent existence. So through understanding the very solution itself, the solution to the problem, which is the understanding the emptiness, is the solution to the problem of the samsara and of the sufferings. Even that, wisdom and emptiness itself is also empty of inherentness. Therefore, there's no object to cling and grasp. As long as we feel the emptiness is because emptiness is so powerful, emptiness is the key to destroy all the delusion, then if we feel the emptiness is the absolute, emptiness is the inherent existence, then you can still be grasping to the emptiness. And as long as we are clinging and grasping to that object, you still have to grasping and clinging. And so therefore, all phenomena are emptiness. Okay. So here, in this, sometimes it is again eighth profoundness or emptiness. We can a slightly different presentation, like in Nagarjuna's his fundamental treatise at the very beginning. He gave a praise with where whatever dependent arising, there is not arising, not ceasing, like that. We go to it, not one, not separate, and so that is also sometimes eight profoundness, emptiness. Also here, a slightly different way. Also here is also all the three door to liberations, Namtar Gosum, three door to liberations, and that are emptiness, signless, and wishless. So all phenomena are emptiness, that is the emptiness, the door of the emptiness. And next, without characteristic, unproduced, unceased, stainless, not without stain, those five are signless. And the last two, not deficient, not fulfilled, are the wishless. I don't know, sometimes feel like giving too much, lot of information. Sometimes it is always how much information, because sometimes you get lost in the information and then you lose the main kind of point of things, but also, of course, someone has time to go more details, and with that it also helps. And so it is always that. So in terms of this is, when you talk about it, from this three point of view, the three door to liberation, when you look from the emptiness point of emptiness, the door of emptiness, you are looking at the nature of whatever objects itself. And the signless, the so-called signless, is looking at the cause of that object, the nature of the cause of that object. And wishless is looking at the result of that objects, result of the objects. So basically trying to understand whether the object itself is in understanding the object of object itself is empty of inherent nature, the cause of that object is empty of inherent nature, the result of that object is empty of inherent nature. So when you try to look at it, it becomes more powerful to understand not only the object is empty of inherent nature, even the cause that gives rise to that object is also empty of inherent nature. Not only the cause, the result or effect of such objects is also empty of inherent nature. So it's to understand how from all this perspective, then again it gives you more stronger understanding how they are empty of inherent nature. Okay. Without characteristic,
Where does space and time fit into this?
When we don't analyze with ultimate analysis, when we don't analyze the object or the cause of the object with the ultimate analysis, then due to coming together of cause and conditions, factors, there is a different characteristic, different attribute of each objects. The form has its own characteristics, due to certain cause, condition, factors, that is different from other objects. For example, the form has shape, color, size, all of that, which consciousness do not have. And consciousness has certain characteristic or attribute or nature, that has the nature of perceiving the objects, reflecting the objects, experience the objects, which the material objects form do not have. So they do have individual characteristic nature on conventional level. But if we use ultimate analysis, what is that characteristic? If you try to find the characteristic within that object, again, you cannot find characteristic within that object. You cannot pinpoint within that or outside of that. And therefore, therefore, it is without characteristic. Therefore, it is without characteristic. Even though when you don't analyze with that ultimate analysis, there's a characteristic. Therefore, there's conventional characteristic. But when you analyze with that ultimate analysis, you cannot find it. Therefore, there's no ultimate characteristic. If there's ultimate characteristic qualities, then it has to find by that ultimate analysis. But when you do the ultimate analysis, with that ultimate analysis, you cannot find, then it shows that it cannot withstand that ultimate analysis. Therefore, it can't be ultimately so therefore there is no ultimate characteristic. Therefore, that's without characteristic. Even though, when you don't analyze that way, then due to coming together of cause, condition, and factors, things are being produced. Things are being produced. But when you analyze with that ultimate analysis, what is produced? What is produced? Which is produced? Within that objects, but again, we cannot find. And therefore, there's no ultimate produced, and therefore unproduced. And since there is no produced, then there is unceased. So since there is no inherent existing produced, so therefore there is no inherent existing abiding, and inherently existing ceasing. On conventional level, something comes into productions, produce, it abide, then it decay, come to the end. But on ultimate level, there's no coming, being produced. On ultimate level, there's no abiding. On ultimate level, there's no decay. So there's unceased. Are we clear?
I have one
Yes.
question online if you'd like to.
Maybe I will
Hold
take
that
later.
later.
Yeah,
Sure.
as long as it doesn't get lost.
No, that's okay.
Okay. It is similarly, as I mentioned in now, there's no coming, going, similarly like that, Okay. There is no absolute produce or cease or absolute arising or decay. Would it be arising or produce, opposite of decay? Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or dissolve,
No, opposite of decay.
or opposite of arising.
Arising, maybe, yeah. There's no absolute arising or decaying by itself. It's only relative from what point of view you look. What is arising? What is producing? What is decaying? The moment you put the seed inside the earth, put water, something happens. Sprouts start coming. Or maybe even something before sprout. Yeah. But maybe sprout by the time then it is more noticeable by our eyes. So, okay. But it's always started coming before. So we say it's been coming, producing, arising. By itself, is it really producing? That's coming by itself. Is it really producing, arising, coming? Or it is decaying? Or it is decaying, ceasing? By itself is neither of them. By itself is neither of them. From one perspective is coming. From another perspective is decaying. The moment it arises, that moment is gone and cease simultaneously. Especially from Narayana point of view. Some of the others Buddhist school of thought, there is a concept of first coming, being produced, and then abiding, and then decaying or ending. Three kind of process. But Nagarjuna point of view, the moment it arises, that moment is decay. Even though to our eyes, it look is first arising and abiding, decaying, because that happened on more kind of very gross level, but on very subtle level, the moment it arises, that moment is decay. moment by moment. You know. So if you look from one perspective, it's coming something new that it was not there before, so it is coming from that perspective. You know. But at the same time, if you look from another perspective, at that very moment, that is decaying at that same moment. If that point of view is a decay. So therefore, it is neither coming or decaying by itself. Therefore, is neither absolute coming or decaying. It's all relative. It's all relative from how you look at it, from what perspective. Interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
Maybe if I give you another example, that might be more helpful. Okay. The act of my feet moving, okay, taking steps, moving. That act, is this coming or going by itself? That act, is this coming or going? It's neither of them. It's neither of them by itself. You know, it is coming from that perspective, the other side. It's going from this perspective, it's going. You know, in relation to from this side, it's going. In relation from the other side, it's coming. But by itself, the act itself is neither going and coming. If it is absolute coming, going, it doesn't matter which side, which perspective, it always be coming or it always be going. Do you get it? If it's something absolute, if the act is coming, absolutely coming, then whether you look from that perspective, this perspective is always coming. If it's the act is absolute going, then regardless from wherever you look, it's always going. But that's not the case. So therefore, the act is neither coming and going. Therefore, that act is, you know, not absolutely coming, not absolutely going. And so then we can apply that to everything. Death and rebirth. There's no absolute rebirth, there's no absolute death. When my consciousness leaves my body, okay? When my consciousness leaves my body, when my consciousness separates from my body, is that death or rebirth? Again, it is neither true. That itself is neither death or birth. From me, human point of view, is death. But from Pardo point of view, you know, the moment the consciousness lives simultaneously, small at that very moment, the Pardo take a rebirth. From Pardo point of view, is a rebirth. It's happening simultaneously. So again, from Pardo point of view is rebirth, from this human point of view is the death. But the act of consciousness leaving this body is itself is neither death or neither rebirth. It depends on from what perspective, from which. And so therefore that is why it can't be absolute death, absolute rebirth. And sometimes I don't even want to use the word absolute rebirth and absolute death, because an inherent existence, because when you use it, feel like there's something else we're adding up. and still there's some sense of object from its own side, So without using that, I will say, it's neither dead or neither. That act is neither dead or neither rebirth by itself. That act is neither coming or going by itself. By itself, from its own side. Whether it become coming or going, whether it become dead or rebirth, it depends on many other factors. And another example that we can use that is kind of, given in some of the scriptures. Is here I'm drinking water. Okay, this liquid that I'm drinking, it is water by itself or not? So again, from is not, this one is neither water. From human point of view, is water. From Hungry Ghost point of view, it is a path of blood. From God's realm point of view, it can be nectar. Same liquid. Different sentient beings see and experience differently. Same liquid is being experienced. Not only just seeing, experience differently. They experience the nectar, they experience the blood and pass. And we experience water to make sure that I experience water. It does feel like it's absolute water. If someone says it's not water, maybe I might get an argument with that. Because our mind is so fixed. So fixed. It's water from its own side. It's nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with my karma. Nothing to do with me. It is water from its own side. Strong belief, strong perceptions. But due to our different karma, we can see and experience differently. Experience totally differently. And function totally differently. So if we take that as an example to everything, this is just a one example, and that we can take that, then it becomes clear, nothing exists as it is from its own side. Even though for us it looks so real, this water exists from its own side. And such can be, we can take all these objects, every object as an example like that. Table. This table does not exist as a table by itself. If flies come, they don't see it as a table. They don't experience as a table. Oh, what a good airport to land on. What a big airport. Because for them, it doesn't function like to think something with food eat, use for something to food eat like that. That's the function of the table. You food certain way and there it has a certain function of what table is. For them, they don't have that functions. They don't experience that way. They experience for them is not a table. So, you know, if it's table from its own side, doesn't matter which beings. For every being, it will be table. If it is something absolute existing as a table from its own side, that should be the way, you know. But so anyway, so something to think about, you know, and we are going because it's talking about unproduced, unceased, you know, and just giving with that, then to have a little bit more understanding what it means by giving some other examples. Stainless without stainless, you know, our mind, you know. So we, you know, we can apply, you know, in terms of all phenomena, but especially if we apply with our mind, you know, our mind is empty, our mind is without characteristic, unproduced, unceased, you know, our mind is being produced due to cause and condition, but there is no produced by itself from its own side, you know, and due to certain cause and condition, the previous mind cease, you know, come to the end, the previous mind, you know, but, you know, there is no ceasing to the mind itself. In the same way, you know, there is a stain of delusions in our mind. Our mind is kind of stain due to certain cause and conditions, you know, different stain of delusion arises. There is a stain of delusions, you know, but, you know, those delusions stain are not stain or delusion by itself. In only relation to something, then they are stain, you know, and so therefore there is no absolute stain. Therefore it's stainless, and there is no absolute stain. Not without stain, you know, and by working with our mind through practice, we can, by changing the cause and conditions, then from having delusion, we can be free of delusions without the stain. You know, we can reach a point there where your mind is without the stain, you know, by changing cause and conditions through your practice. But again, you know, even that, the state without the stain also do not exist absolutely by itself, from its own side by itself. It's only you can achieve that stainless or state without stain only in relation to many other factors and conditions, and therefore not without stain. The same with deviation not fulfilled, you know, through practice, you know, through practice, meditations, and by changing through practice, changing cause and condition, we can reduce, minimize our obscurations in our mind, you know, division or reduce, you know, reduce, minimize, you know, and destroy, you know. But there's no absolute decreasing, there's no absolute reducing, there's no absolute eliminating. So no division, not fulfilled, you know. Even though through the practice, you know, we can cultivate, you know, spiritual realization and fulfill those spiritual realization, spiritual experiences, and the result, you know. But again, all these realizations, all this spiritual fulfillment, you know, only come through by many other cause, condition, factors, and therefore they can't be absolute, inherently existing fulfillment, fulfilled, therefore without fulfilled. without fulfilled. So, in one of the materials, right, in emptiness, there's nothing to abandon and there's nothing to achieve. Similarly, like here. In emptiness, on absolute level, there's nothing to abandon and there's nothing to achieve. So it is similar here, not deficient and not fulfilled. On absolute level, on emptiness level, there's nothing to be abandoned, nothing to get eliminated. On ultimate level, on emptiness, in emptiness, there's nothing to achieve, there's nothing to accomplish. In emptiness, there's nothing to meditate on. Also, therefore, through that understanding, then again we learn to let go of grasping to all this. Sometimes we can get very tight, do you know? Do you get it? Sometimes we can be very, very uptight. I have to abandon this, I have to achieve this, I have to meditate this, I have to accomplish this, all of that. But when you realize emptiness of all of that, then there's no strong grasping to all of that. And then you don't have to be so uptight of all of that. You don't have to be so uptight of all that and become so, so uptight, and then, pressure, everything's, stress, everything's. So once you realize emptiness of that, then you realize, there's nothing truly something to meditate on. There's nothing truly to achieve. There's nothing really truly to abandon, and your mind becomes much more relaxed, much more relaxed. So when we have understanding of, emptiness, how things do not exist absolutely, and when you have no more grasping things to exist absolutely from its own side as it is, then your mind become, and when you understand everything's relative, conventional, your mind become much more open, much more relaxed. The mind becomes much more open, much more relaxed. At the moment, our mind is so fixed in everything, so much fixation, so much narrow, so much uptight in everything. Either this is the right or this is wrong. It can't be. We can't see the possibility of this being right or wrong from different perspectives. We can't see this being good or bad from different perspectives. It's absolute good, absolutely bad. And then our mind becomes very narrow and fixed. And then, our mind becomes less relaxed, less open. When you realize that emptiness, there's nothing absolute and everything's relative, you begin to see your mind becomes much more flexible, open. Even though I see this is good, but at the same time, your mind is flexible that it could be bad for someone else from other perspective. Even though it feels like it's bad for me, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Absolutely, it could be good for someone from another perspective. Something I feel right, it could be wrong from another perspective. Something I feel wrong, from a different angle, from different perspective, it could be right. So your mind is much more open, flexible. Of course, you have your own, you follow what you feel right, wrong, good, bad, according to your judgment, according to your mind, wisdom. But at the same time, while we follow our whatever we feel and believe in, but your mind is always open and not being so rigid. Do you get it? By understanding the flexibility of that relative and not absolute. Then I don't have to go and fight with others because they disagree. Instead, you just follow what you feel right, but you also understand where they are coming from their perspective. That's where they are coming from. And from if you look from that perspective, you can see why they feel that way or why they believe that way. So then you don't become so upset and angry. So judgmental, all of that all come because of fixation minds, narrow, rigid mind. And when we don't understand, non-absolute relative, and when we believe in the absolute, then that's where it makes, when it's absolute, it can't be other. This is what it is. Okay, so then next, from next, then it is explaining the path of meditations. So even you have a direct realization of emptiness at the path of seeing, still you continue to meditate, still until you achieve fully enlightenment, still you need to meditate because you have overcome kind of gross level of affective emotions, illusions, but still the subtle level of affective emotion and obscuration are still there. And so in order to overcome and eliminate all the subtle delusion and obscuration, then you continue to meditate on emptiness, you continue to practice the method side, creating merit, through the practice of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, generosity, and helping and benefiting in whatever way. And through that, combining those practices together, then so in meditation, you try to familiarize and get more and more stronger accustomed to that meditation again, post meditate, meditate to equipoise, post meditate to equipoise, meditate to equipoise. So rotating that way. So Shariputra, therefore in emptiness there's no form. So here, when you are in that deep, when you have direct realization meditations and emptiness, and when you have that deep meditative concentrations or meditative equipoise, as I said, all the dualistic view or all the dualistic appearance cease. Okay, and so therefore in that equipoise, there's no form, there's no appearance of the form. There's no form in that meditative state. That is conventional reality, and all the conventional phenomenal appearance cease or do not appear in that mind. So there's no form, no feeling, no discrimination to that mind, no conventional factor, no consciousness, no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind, no visual form. So those are the, so first the 5 aggregates, and then next 12 senses, So the 12 senses is the 6 faculty and the 6 objects of those faculties. So the 6 objects are no visual form, no sound, no order, no taste, no object, touch, no phenomena. and then 18 element. There's no I element, and so no I element, no nose element, no tongue element, no body element, no eye element, no ear element, no nose element, no tongue element, no body element, no mind element. Up to, so on and up to, including no mind element and no mental concept element. And then the 6 senses element and 6 objects element. So those are 18. So all the conditioned phenomena, impermanent or conditioned phenomena, can divide into or categorize or divide into either 5 aggregates or 12 sphere or senses, or when you divide into more kind of details, then 18 elements. It can be divided in those different categories. When you divide it as you go. So basically it's saying, none of all these objects appear to that mind. If they exist absolutely, if those such as form and all of that aggregates and 12 spheres or senses and the element, if they exist ultimately inherently, then it wouldn't be a problem to arise in that materialistic voice. That mind is that which sees the reality of the object as it is. So as it is, and therefore, if it exists as it is, the form exists as it appears, then it has to also appear of that mind, but it does not, and therefore it is not ultimate existence. So that again, that is one way of also trying to understand why those conventional different phenomena do not appear to that mind, and therefore how they do not exist absolutely. If they exist absolutely, then they should appear to that mind, the mind that perceives the absolute phenomena. But since they do not appear, so again, to the mind that perceives the absolute phenomena, so therefore it is no absolute existence. And the next is, the 12 link, again, due to cause and conditions, through the 12 link, then we circle into samsara and experience the samsara and suffering of the samsara. Due to the ignorance, there's the actions, due to the actions, the imprints 11 consciousness, and then activated by craving, grasping, becoming, and then the 4 6 result. I said that there's all of that, but there's no ignorance, absolute ignorance, or ignorance as ignorance by itself. There's no actions or conventional actions by itself from its own side absolute, and so on, all the 12 link. So there is on relative level, on conventional level, there is 12 link due to cause, condition, and factors. But on absolute level, there's no 12 link. There's no evolutions of the samsara. On ultimate level, on absolute level, there's no arising or ignorance that lead to create karma. There's no karma to be created. There's no ignorance to motivate it. There's no consciousness to plant the imprint, and so on. And so on ultimate, on conventional, there's no 12 link. So including no aging and death, and no extinction of aging and death. So on relative, on conventional level, when we overcome the ignorance, when there is no more ignorance, then there is no more action created by the ignorance, due to the ignorance. When there is no more action being created by the ignorance, there is no karmic seed to be imprinted in the consciousness. When there is no karmic seed that is imprinted in consciousness, then there is no karmic seed to be activated by the craving grasping. When there is no karmic seed to be activated by craving and grasping, then there is no becoming that karmic seed has been fully kind of activated to produce the sixth result. And when there is no becoming, then there is no sixth result. So that is the and when there is no sixth result, then there is no aging and death. And therefore there is extinction of aging and death, because there is no more aging and death. But that is only on conventional level, only on relative level. On ultimate level, there's no ignorance to extinguish, to destroy. On ultimate level, there's no ignorance to extinguish. There's no karma to extinguish. And there's no consciousness to extinguish, and there's no aging to be extinguished and no death to be extinguished. And therefore, that is where it's going, including no extinction of aging and death. On ultimate level, there's no extinction of aging and death, ulterior link. Similarly, on conventional level, there is a for truth, for truth, due to our delusion and karma, we encounter suffering, we experience suffering. And by applying the path to overcome the delusions and the karma, then we can achieve the result of cessations. Okay, so therefore there is Four Noble Truth, but it's only on relative conventional level. In emptiness, in ultimate level, there's no karma, no delusions, the cause, and there's no result suffering of that cause. Nor there is a path to overcome that delusion and karma. And since there's no path to overcome that delusion and karma, then there is no cessation as on absolute level. So therefore, similarly, there's no suffering, origination, cessation, and path. In the same way, there's no exalted wisdom, no attainment. So the path, no exalted wisdom, even though conventional level, there is exalted wisdom, and that overcome all the delusions and the karma, and therefore leading to the attainment, spiritual attainment, nirvana, fully enlightenment. But on ultimate level, there's no exalted wisdom, nor on ultimate level, there's no attainment to achieve. On ultimate level, there's no nirvana, there's no fully enlightenment to be achieved. So therefore, there is no attainment. Since there's no attainment, also there's no non-attainment. So if there's no attainment, so also there's no non-attainment. So in that mind, the mind of the Bodhisattva who is on the path of meditation, in that meditative equipoise, as I mentioned before, there's no dualistic. There's, in that mind, there's nothing to be achieved, there's nothing to overcome, there's nothing to attain, there's nothing to not to attain, there's nothing to meditate on, there's nothing to accomplish on, so all dissolve, and all this, because these all are kind of dualistic. All this attainment, non-attainments, samsara, nirvana, cause to samsara, cause to nirvana, all of this are dualistic. So in that mind, in that meditative mind, then absolutely all this dualistic view or appearance totally dissolve, totally cease, totally disappears. And because of not having any dualistic appearance in your mind so strongly in that moment, however, moment of your meditation, that bodhisattva mind, whether it's half hour, 1 hour, 10 hours, that meditation is so strong without any dualistic appearance. So when you come out of that material voice, that's how everything appears, not by reminding yourself, but naturally more like an illusion, as I described, more like an illusion, more like a dream state. Is the effect of that meditations. You get it? That appearance, where the thing appears to that person's or meditator, not so solid and concrete and so real like now, but more like an illusion, illusory, more like a dream state appearance is the effect of that meditation, of strong, non-dualistic state of mind, Said the Buddha, therefore, because there's no attainment in emptiness, there's no attainment to achieve on. Bodhisattvas rely on the perfection of wisdom. The wisdom relies on emptiness. The wisdom relies on non-attainment, And with that perfection of wisdom, the mind without obscuration, without fear. And so once you have that wisdom, the perfection of wisdom, the wisdom relies on emptiness directly. You overcome the obscurations, obscuration of the ignorance and the delusion that arises from that ignorance and fear that arises because of the delusions. And so there's no more of those delusion, obscuration, fear. The fear arises, from grasping something so strongly, so concrete, so real, and attachments. Having completely passed beyond the error, having completely passed beyond the error. So here we can talk about maybe, at the 10 bhumi, last moment of the 10 bhumi, the Vajra-like concentrations, the bodhisattvas on the 10 bhumi, by relying on the Vajra-like concentrations that relies emptiness directly, then it destroys, the most subtle obscurations, most subtle obscurations. And then once you destroy that most subtle obscuration, then they reach the end point of nirvana. Here, the nirvana is non-abiding nirvana. Okay, non-abiding nirvana, because if you're talking about bodhisattva path, Mahayana bodhisattva's path, the ultimate goal is not a individual liberation peace, but it is a fully enlightenment. And fully enlightenment is something we call it non-abiding nirvana, to differentiate from ordinary nirvana. Okay, so non-abiding nirvana means not abiding in two streams: the stream of samsara, the stream of individual peace. And so, so up to here, then it is explaining how to achieve the path of normal learning, okay, the fully enlightenment, the path of normal learning, by engaging in the 5 paths and 10 bhumis, by relying on wisdom, realizing emptiness, the perfection of wisdom. So that is explained for those, disciples or audience who needed more explanation, because they need more explanation. With a short explanation, they cannot comprehend. So they need more explanations. For those more sharp ones, sharp faculties, whom does not require so much detailed explanation, with a very short explanation where they can understand it. So then next, that path is explained through the mantras, the path how to achieve the path with that very short, And for those who couldn't understand fully, even going through the whole Heart Sutra, then Buddha gave more extensive on Personal Paramita Sutra, with more words, little more explanation, and then that's how it become, So then, in terms of here, in relation to for those who are more sharp faculty with a less word, where they are able to understand and be able to explain. So then, through the path. So first is talking about the result. Okay, all the Buddhas who during 3 times, past, present, futures, also manifested completely awakened to the unsurprised for perfect complete enlightenment and rely on the perfection of wisdom. So it is saying all the Buddhas achieve their fully enlightenment by practicing the 6 perfections, 10 perfections, especially by relying on the perfection of wisdom. So therefore, if you want to achieve fully enlightenment, then you also have to rely and practice the 6 perfections, 10 perfections, especially the perfection of wisdom. So therefore, the mantra of perfection of wisdom. Here, mantras is a 2 word. Man means mind, man in Sanskrit, man, tra is a protections. So mantra means something that protects your mind, That is the meaning of the word. Something that protects your mind. Okay. And this mantra here, it doesn't necessarily mean mantra that we understand in the tantric. Okay. In tantric, then those mantras, those are to practice, to protect our mind from having an ordinary appearance, to protect from having ordinary appearance. Is a tool to see every sound as a divine sound, display of the Buddha's speech in mantras and like that, So here, actually, the main one here, when he said mantra, here, that protect the mind. Here is referring the perfection of wisdom itself, the mind, the wisdom realizing emptiness itself is the mantra here, because that wisdom realizing the emptiness directly is the one which really protects our mind. Is that wisdom is the one that protects us, our mind, from the delusion. And by protecting from the delusion, then it protects us from creating more negative and contaminated karma. That protecting from creating more negative karma and contaminated karma, it protects us from experiencing the result of those karma, samsara, and the sufferings. So this wisdom is the mantra of perfection of wisdom. Okay, because it's perfection because that wisdom helps us to go beyond the ocean of samsara to the shore of nirvana, to protect and help us protect. The mantra of great knowledge, this wisdom is mantra of great knowledge because it cuts the ignorance, it cuts the ignorance which is not knowing the knowledge, not knowing, so that wisdom is the mantra of great knowledge because it cuts the ignorance. That wisdom in unsuppressed mantra, because there's no powerful mind, to lead to enlightenment, then that wisdom, the perfection of wisdom. That perfection of wisdom is the mantra equal to the unequal, because it is the unequal is the Buddha, who's, unequal to the sentient beings. And because that mantra, that wisdom relies on emptiness, is the one that leads to that unequal state of fully enlightenment. The mantra that truly pacifies all suffering, that wisdom is the one that truly pacifies all the suffering by overcoming all the cause of the sufferings. And that wisdom mantra should be known as truth, since it's not false, because that wisdom is the truth, because it perceives the object as it is. So there is no discordant in appearance and the way it perceives, and so therefore it's not false. The mantra of perfection or wisdom is declared, and so if you put in the word, that wisdom into the word, into the perfection of wisdom in the word, then it becomes data, gata, gata, paragata, parasam, gata, bodhi, so. So data, is what thus it is. Gata is gone, next gata, gone, paragata, gone beyond. Parasam gata, thoroughly gone, body is enlightenment, so it is so rooted. So first gone is, going from ordinary state of not being in the path to the path, going from not being on the path to the path of, bodhisattva path, the path of accumulations. Second gone is, going through, again, through the realization of emptiness and supported by the other practice of method, then, going to the, from path of accumulation, path of preparation, gone beyond, then through the path of accumulation and preparation, then you go beyond the ordinary path to the Arya path, Arya noble path, the path of seeing, where you have the direct realization. So from ordinary path to Arya noble path, thoroughly gone, then Parasamgate, is then from that, the path of seeing, then thoroughly, not only overcoming the gross afflictive emotion, but thoroughly overcoming all the subtle obscurations. Through that, then you thoroughly go into the path of meditation and body, and through the path of meditation, then you achieve the body, the fully enlightenment. So the path of normal learning. So with that, then it shows the five paths. And so that is through that how we want progress on the path from ordinary, not being on the path, progressively or gradually to five paths, and achieve the body. Sherab Buddha, Bodhisattva Master, should train in the profound perfection of wisdom like that. Then the Bhagavan arose from the concentration and commanded the Bodhisattva Master Aryabhata. So here again the same, the Buddha is always in meditative concentration, but again here at the very beginning, he showed the aspect of going in the deep meditation. Now here he showed the aspect of arising from the meditation, but he's always in deep meditation. He's just showing that aspect. So for those in the audience, it looked like that he was going in the deep meditation at the very beginning, and now to them it looked like he was arising from the meditation, but in reality, he's always in meditations. So there is no arousing and going deep meditation, always in deep meditations. And then both and say, well said, son of the lineage. It is like that, you know. So again, so the Buddha's saying, you know, since Buddha didn't say anything before, so it is a conversation between Shariputra and Avalokiteshvara, mostly Avalokiteshvara giving the answer. So among the audience, they might think whether that is the Buddha's thoughts. Is that the same as the Buddha's what things? So to make sure that it is actually Buddha's thought, even though he didn't say with his word directly, but it is exactly as what he said. So to keep them, authentify them and make them this authentic, and you can be clear that I totally agree with that. And so, you know, that is well said, son of lineage. It is like that, and one should practice the program for wisdom just as you have the Avalokiteshvara that you have integrated. Even the Tathagata rejoice. So here saying, not only I rejoice, but even all the Tathagatas, all the Buddhas rejoice for these profound teachings. This is profound teaching that you shared, that you gave. And then Bhagavan among those thus spoken Venerable Shariputra, Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. So this is those who are important, you know. Those surrounding, of course, it already mentioned at the very beginning, you know, thousands of bhikshus and thousands of the bodhisattvas, you know, coming from other realms, and those surrounding the entire along the world gods, human, asura, and gandharvas were overjoyed and highly praised that spoken by the Bhagavan. So we realize here, we recognize here, not only here on Buddha's teachings, you know, there are a lot of beings, not only that we human beings that we can see who have come to listen to the teaching, there are a lot of other unseen beings who are also part of the audience. And so, okay. Okay, so Sanjo Sanjo Lembo Mate Pana Jenguchi Jerwana Bame Paina Onle Ondu So I'm going to do the short lessons, and then of course we have short break, and then after that there is half hour for questions, last sessions. Okay.
Guess you could pause this. You could pause this. Yeah, we'll. Rob's got
나다 선제 당자라 초다 부모님 모두 모두我们苏州的在就真的是被上面的就是上班的，就是什么老板之间能够达到上面的这边的上了嘛，下一个要我呢，人家那边的更多就是说其他地方就是不同的店里那个上到地方那方面些，就是对更多达到上面上架了，说了通过我们苏州的这边在说。就真的是被上面的，就上班上就是中国的老板之间能够达到三阶级那边上到下一个。要我呢，人家那边的我更多是说其他可能就是不同的概念上到这个更多兄弟能达到甚至他们这个说到中国的欧洲嘛，这个我们苏州的在说这些没到这个工业的，甚至工业。针对概念说我这些，他说这个今年我们的这个什么呢？我们的什么呢？我们的这个就是我这个我这个什么上边什么有点这些东西。我的做了这个对我的有点担心你，因为他们就是在没到他的这个有点担心什么？我的现在你们公司的你的大多的都是大就老马能接着吸收，一当老错能接着吸收，马达康多能接着吸收，水用数毛能接着吸收。我今天看说正巴当正巴你问神多少瓦，今天不落这个正巴有人来的关系。别当作我马虎话，一心都不发上，甚至让我公的上报的长。这老对这说话大概都他说很多那个啥子，那个互动特别喜欢，适当大些的话，其他能给适当分配，其他上班。那天给说把这这个是我希望参加那个说，那么今天看说上报，那么你现在那么有人那个那么那么电话这样的话嘛，今年上班对，这就不多时间，你像这样的，人家能够到特别好的这个更多是。给他分解接受到了电话里的，这种小学的，我打给别人找生活这的跟我。Thank you. I enjoy this part.
I was thinking of
That's perfect.
That's good to know.
Right at the end. Oh, nice one. That's great.
So we have a quick break.
I didn't stop recording.
That's okay. We can trim.
Can we do 10 minutes?
No,
I have two online.
Okay.
If anybody else doesn't mind, we go with them.
okay.
Is that okay?
Hi, Geshe. Hi, can I ask a quick
Okay.
question?
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Sif, have you unmuted?
Yep.
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, Geshe. Geshe, does that realization and a clear light and all our deep sleep consciousness and waking consciousness or consciousness, are they all residing in the primary mind, the mental consciousness? Is that where they are?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we talk about six consciousness, then it's part of mental consciousness. Yeah, and within the mental consciousness, it grows subtle, more subtle, and so clear light mind is the more subtle level of the mental consciousness.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what level of this is last one. What level of realization do you need to be at in order for realization to be in your next rebirth, like automatically there? What level of realization do you need to be at in order to have it automatically in your next rebirth?
Well, if you have realization, I think automatically you should be having in the next rebirth, you know, unless you lose in that short period. You shouldn't be losing in that short period, you know, if it's a true realizations. Of course, if we are talking about some kind of glimpse of that, then that is a different, you can have some profound experience for a momentarily, and like that could happen, and that might not carry on. Imprint will carry on, so it will make more easier, definitely. But once you have realizations, you know, and you have not lost the realization while you are still alive, then I don't see, you know, completely kind of decaying in the process of the rebirth.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the next person, Global Nomad on Zoom. If you could unmute and ask a question.
Well, originally I wanted to know what Nagarjuna's take on this was, but I think this concept occurred several centuries after he was writing. But if I'm wrong, please address it in light of his writings. It's a bit abstract since these existential arguments deal with the human condition. When you said, quote, all phenomena are empty of existence, unquote, it's the case that mathematical numbers are also phenomena. So I have a question. When you were talking about arising and decaying, the number 0 neither arises nor decays, nor can it be split into parts. So please address where 0 fits in all this conceptually. Sorry.
Okay. Same like everything, you know, 0 fits shunyata, which is emptiness, come from shunya. Shunya means 0, you know, shunya means 0, you know, so in Hindi and Sanskrit, so it's shunyata. So because everything's true, you know, in one way we can say in mathematical calculation, everything comes from the 0, you know, from the 0 it starts. Because of the 0, then there is all other numbers. So it's and same in shunyata, in emptiness, because of emptiness, everything is possible. Without the emptiness, nothing is possible. You know, as Nagarjuna said, because of emptiness, therefore enlightenment is possible. Because of emptiness, you know, the path is possible. Because of emptiness, enlightenment is possible. If it wasn't emptiness, then, you know, nothing will be possible. We will always be in samsara. The path is not possible. Transformation is not possible. Enlightenment is not possible. So maybe that is all I can kind of say. Okay. Any yes, Owen?
This morning you mentioned that the 2 lower schools believe in a tiny indivisible particle. The mind-only school didn't believe in that. But what's the basic difference between the Svatantrika and the Prasankika schools in terms of their view of emptiness? Those 2 higher schools.
Yeah, their view are quite subtle, and therefore, you know, even in earlier Tibetan master, they get a little confused. Some of the earlier Tibetan master, they thought there was no difference between Svatantrika, Madhyamika, and Prasankika Madhyamika. You know, And in Tibet, Lama Tsongkhapa was one of the person who showed the differences, that they do have differences, so that is, and even not only in Tibet, even in India, that was where, Nagarjuna wrote his writings. Then Aryadeva wrote a commentary to that, his mind disciple. And then Baba Biga and other disciples thought, Aryadeva misunderstood. So he wrote a kind of refuting some of view. He thought he misunderstood the Nagarjuna's point. And then Chandragiri came and defended the Aryadeva. His view was the correct, and that Baba Biga didn't understood clearly what Nagarjuna. So that is where, so then after that, and there's where the Prasangika and Swatandira came. Before that, Nagarjuna's time, Nagarjuna own writing, there's no, distinguishing. After commentary, then Baba Biga thought he misunderstood the Aryadeva. So that is where the deviation come, so from that you can understand the difference must be very subtle for them to get confused, because those are not just ordinary, they are great scholar, great mind, incredible intellectual, incredible scholars, practitioners, all of that, So for them to get not understood completely and confused means they are subtle, So, but now with so many commentaries by other Indian masters, and then others in our cases, the commentary we rely on Tibetan masters, now it seems like, the difference, there is some differences, So Tantrika point of view, is like two. There is projection from the mind, or not project, imputing from the mind, as well as there is something from the object, There is something from the object as well as there's imputed by the mind, and there's sense of, so, there is nothing that exists, truly existence. They use this word truly existent, but the understanding of truly existent, the way Prasanga understand or use and Sautantra use is like different, the way they use and the way they understand that. So that is, even though they use both same word, both say they are not truly existent, but again, in Sautantra still, if you try to analyze where the self, they can find, they have to find there. In the object, you have to find in the objects. If you cannot find in the object, you cannot perceive that to exist. That is the problem they have, like many other schools as well. And so therefore, in their cases, they find it, the segmental consciousness. So therefore, it's not totally from the objective side, but there is something from objective, and then there is some imputing by the mind. Whereas Prasangika point of view, there's nothing that exists from its own side objective. Everything is imputed. So that is the difference. We can say. Okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, please. Glenn.
I guess this one in mind related to thought, so with the analysis of the external object, like a table or cup,
it's quite sort of straightforward to see the parts side, the leg, the top, and the side. I was just wondering, with thought, what would the constitute the parts in with the thought?
You have to use a technology to put in your thought, and then that will help you. But it is good, because that is the problem for most of the schools. That is why even the Buddhist schools, the other schools, that is why they find the self in consciousness. Some of them in sixth mental consciousness, because they think the mental consciousness, is kind of that continue to carry and continue to go from one life to another life, unlike like the physical matters, and therefore, that's why I said the mind only school come with this idea of mind basis of all, and then others, the mental consciousness. But from Nagarjuna, from the Prasangya point of view, if you use the same analyze the way we use for the external objects, it's the same. We talk about any thought, feeling, any kind of mental factors, any sense consciousness, mental consciousness. When you talk about consciousness, just like the physical things are made out of different parts that make that object, mental consciousness, whether it's a direct perception or there is a conception, thought, whatever, they all are made of many parts of continued the part of that consciousness. So, for example, pure way of looking at that, in all the consciousness, there is the qualities, you can say different quality in each of those consciousness, okay? Which is part of attribute, attribute or quality that make that consciousness. Do you get it? Mm-hmm. What make this table is all these parts. And what make particular consciousness, particular mental factor, particular thought is there are many factors, there are many attributes, there are many qualities that make. And so each of those consciousness, one common kind of attribute or qualities that each of every kind of mind or mental factor is, there's quality of not being shaped, there's quality of not having a shape, not having a color, not having a size. There's quality of all this quality in that consciousness. There's qualities of to perceive the objects, whether correctly, incorrectly, to perceive the objects. Of course, the object can perceive correctly or it can perceive incorrectly, but there is ability or there's qualities or attribute that perceive the objects and that experience the objects, and there's quality to reflect the object in that consciousness, what we call clarity, and so there are all these different qualities or attributes that make that consciousness. And if you take each of those qualities, each of those attributes, then there will be no that particular consciousness that can function inside that consciousness, that mind. So you can divide in that way. So you cannot divide physically, but mentally, you dismantle and divide into all those different qualities. And is this quality that mind? Is this quality that mind? Is this quality of that mind that mind? Is the quality of to perceive the object, is that quality or that attribute or that part of the mind, that mind? Or is that the luminous quality of the mind? Is that the mind, that consciousness, that mind? Is the quality of within that mind of not having, as I mentioned, size, color, and is that quality the mind, you know? So when you do that, each of those, then again, same thing. Each of those is not the mind itself. Each of them are different qualities, and total coming of this, all these different qualities or different attributes coming together and has certain functioning of that particular emotion, thought, or mind to be able to function in a certain way and certain qualities. And on the basis of that, then whatever thought it is, whatever mind it is, whatever mental factor it is, then is imputed on the basis of those qualities coming together and having that functioning. So that is one way how we do similarly on the mental level. Okay. Another way of doing is, as I mentioned yesterday, I give you an example of the sound part. Whether it is an anger, a moment of anger, okay, or whether it's a moment of compassion, or whether it's a moment of eye contact and perceiving the flower here, you know. That one moment of consciousness, whether it's a compassion, anger, or the eye contact perceiving the flower. One moment of that consciousness is made out of many parts of frequency. Do you get it? Yesterday I spoke about the word art. When you go to recording studio, it is made out of hundreds and thousands of frequencies that make that sound. I think it's the same in when you play the movie, when you make a reel, isn't it? It's like what do you call frames. Many thousands of frames make one moment of whatever that image or moving or whatever that. And each of those frames is not that. You know, each of those frequencies is not that sound are. Same way in this consciousness, even though it's very quick, of course consciousness is very quick, even faster than light, but still it has all many frequencies. I don't know frequency is the right word I'm using, but many parts like that frequency, and that consciousness to the eye consciousness able to perceive that, there's many frequency to do that. And so each of them is not, each of them cannot see by itself individually. Do you get it? Each of that individually cannot see. Individually, each of them cannot feel the compassion. Each of them individually cannot feel anger. So therefore, individually, each of those frequencies is not anger, not compassion, not the mind perceiving that. And so again, we can break in that. You know. So that was what I was saying. You know, when I went to that studio, it really helped me to understand that. You know, with the sound, and then just to bring that example, and you use that in that too. So, yeah, yes, please.
You spoke to the question, you answered the question that if you've got realization, you will carry on in your consciousness. So is memory part of the mental factor?
Yes. Memory is part of the mental factor. Yes. And you know, I think like everything, the more you try to recollect, you know, even in some of our incidents that happened in our childhood, the more we talk about this, the more we think about it, the more we discuss about it, the longer lasting that memory is with us. Even something happening, we cannot discuss about it, we don't talk about it, we don't think about it, you lose the memory, you know, isn't it?
So what happens in the case of Alzheimer's? That's a loss of memory, but it's a different type of memory.
So first coming to that, okay, first let me finish the first one. So that So before I wondered, why I don't have so much memory of my childhood. But now I guess because, when I was in the home, I left and then I never discussed about it, never had the opportunity to talk with my parents about those, discussing about it. There's no pictures to look at. So all these memories, because so long, you never talk about it, you never discuss about it, never try to recollect it. Seems like there was nothing happened, except for very few things, and so that is our case. So therefore, if you practice, when you meditate and practice, because you are contemplating again and again so many times, it's like it is ingrained in your memory very strongly. So even next time you will have more easy to remember, easy to recollect, because it is something that, and so therefore, when we have done the practice so many times, continuously, so many times, and so familiar with that, then even you lose short memory, you can still have a long-term memory. And so therefore, I don't know exactly with the Alzheimer, I can't say for sure, because I don't know enough about Alzheimer and their relation to memory. But what I can say with dementia, and I have noticed in the monastery, we haven't seen so many cases of dementia, but definitely I've seen at least there is a possibility of one teacher, who seems to have a little bit of dementia. Not so bad, but later when he was, last 2-3 years, when he was 90, 91, 92, sometimes it takes him time to recognize the students, You have to pay much attention and look closely, and sometimes even with he might struggle to recognize the student clearly. Sometimes he will, and then he repeat the questions again and again. He asks suddenly, and you give answer, and again, keep asking that question. So that seems to be quite clear that, forgot that had been asked and that had answered, But when it comes to practice, when it comes to the, studies, you can ask any kind of difficult questions that, like this, and practice so, also because of, and again, same with practice, because that is something you have practiced for so many years, is so strongly ingrained in you. Even when you lose short memory, you have access to those, And so for me, that was kind of inspiring or encouraging to see that. And I guess maybe, I don't know, in terms of the Alzheimer cases, I don't know exactly how that, but with the dementia, that is how, we might lose short memory, but we can have access to those long-term memories, things like that way in those cases. So yeah, and also memory, sometimes many of those gross consciousness are related with our body, less subtle consciousness, there's less relation with the body, but more gross mind is related more to the body, related with our, chakras, nervous systems, and the flow of the wind energies and all of that. And so when there is some damage to some systems, that allow that that obstruct for the flow of certain wind energy or wind energies that carry that particular mental factor or emotions, then that damage that, is like, there is something that is carrying that, some energy that's carrying particular emotions or the mind, mental factors, and then the vehicles is being some damage, which is physical, and then that mind cannot function well. And so in that cases, if that is the case, then of course, once you fix that one, then you regain the memory, because then again, it will flow better, the wind energy flow better, and then whatever the mental factors that flow in that will again able to flow, and then you have more access. So therefore, due to certain physical defect that can have some impact on certain emotion or certain mental factors in that, but in the futures, when you don't have that defect, so then you wouldn't have that same problems, So then one can have more access to the different emotions that you couldn't have because of that damage, that defect due to that body. So yes, I think you have some.
Oh, no, I was just going to say with that, where you're saying about probably Alzheimer's and we should remember the practice lengthy. Yeah, it's a similar thing with that. I've seen where they do with Alzheimer's and music. People would have people had Alzheimer's and they didn't know anything, and as soon as they play music on the piano that they used to listen to when they were younger, immediately they got up to start singing the song.
Yes.
One more question online.
Okay, so that will be last questions. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
It's just a quick one. You spoke earlier about the importance of meditation. Could you speak a bit more to the process of the practice of maintaining a meditative equipoise?
Generally, when we talk about meditative equipoise, we are actually describing about some high level of meditations. At the moment in our level, we can talk about, more concentrated, less distracted meditations, where your mind is more focused in that meditation, in that whatever you are subject you are meditating. So we try to focus more, and we try to have less distraction, that we try to be fully there in that moment with that practice. So that's what we can try to do, and that is a way of, on our level, meditative equipoise, we can say, but we don't really say that it's meditative equipoise. Meditative equipoise is normally when you have reached certain high level of practice, then that is when we use the term and that meditative equipoise in that. So at the moment, maybe in our case, we can talk about, as deep meditation. Deep meditation here means without much distractions and more with a strong concentration and trying to be fully in that. Yeah, maybe that can be. And so that's what I can describe. Okay.
So we'll offer the Thanksgiving mandala for the end of teachings on page 11. Shinkamoa Shiro And page 8, the end of teaching set of questions. Dewaji.
Sencho Rinpoche, Mage Panam Ge Fruchi, Kewa Nyamba Mewaram, Gone Kondu Pewa Shu, Jambo Mo Chita Kewaram, Unto Sampo de Antecite, Dega Hindi Jesu Kavashi, Yewa Tika Tamshera Turu, Dusum Shepe Yawa Tamsheki, Noa Kamba Chontu Mapari, Tadi Yewe Sawati Punya, Sambo Churchiratu Moari, Dagi Shine Sape Gewati, Tenam Roa Punlanam Tenam, Kepa Jesu no Satrapai, Tembenim Orintu Sape. And then Maru, Makes clear in the light of the world's working class, the sacred magnification, essence of Buddhist teachings. Almost the holy honor to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. Allah, please, please,
So thank you very much, everyone. And I know, like, probably it hasn't solved all your misunderstanding or not understanding emptiness, but you know, you will continue to study, continue to reflect, contemplate. It get maybe this clear all the time, and try to apply as much as possible in your practice meditation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, just on behalf of everyone, I'd like to thank Geshe again for a wonderful weekend of teachings. I think, and please come back. We can go more in depth into the Heart Sutra next time. So.
Are you sure you want to swim in the big water with a big wave?
Let's go. And also, if people have got time, we'll have a group photo if you're open to that. So yeah. Just you're still rolling?
Here we are. This is
We should manage.
Geshe, okay, we have photos.
Okay. Yes.
So Geshe, well, it wasn't Geshe's request, so it's our request. There's one photo just with the Sangha, and then a photo with everybody who wishes to be in the photo, right? And who's going to talk about it? Just saying. You can stay. Sit up. Stand. What did you do?
Thank you. Lovely to see all these sunlight at the same
Okay, everybody join us.
Some can stand, some can sit here.
Go behind, go side, just take a space. Take a space.
Space here for someone going
Yeah, in front too.
Then you have to come to Rob.
No, that's all right. Better shot myself in there. Leaping across the front. That's wonderful. It's going to just take a couple more in case there's people blinking or. And then I can copy the eyes from one photo to another. Thank you.
Is there anyone
I'm actually. Oh, no, that's all right. That's all right. I told her to start like me, but yeah. No, no.
It's a hammer.
So they're all.
Yeah.
It's just, I like to have some. It's just designed to website.
Yeah.
Only on. Everybody else goes to.
That was at the end. After all of this. At the end.
Yeah.
So if I would take another one after that, that would be better. I don't know, I just find.
And it will take you on the strokes, so that's really nice.
So it's taking all these up. Sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you a call, John. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
That's quick.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Anyone who hasn't collected their list items, it's a reminder, to some here. And the flight